Chapter 20. Conflict Theories in Sociology. The concept of social conflict has already been introduced to the reader. In the chapter on individualistic social thought, the prolonged struggle between individual rights and genuine social control was analyzed. Malthus described the conflict between population and the means of subsistence. Kant insisted that man is not naturally a social being. Hence, this unsocial nature of mankind is a fruitful source of human conflict. Marx pictured the class struggle, and Darwin elaborated the doctrine of the survival of the fittest. The slightest grasp of social thought reveals the fact that human association is characterized at times by deep-seated and subtle conflicts, and at other times by a fundamental cooperative spirit. Some sociological writers have seen only or chiefly the conflicts of life. Others have sought out the cooperative activities. Still others have tried to discover the relationships between conflict and cooperation in societal development. This chapter will deal with the concept of social conflict, while the next chapter will be centered on the ideal of social cooperation and upon the relationship of conflict to cooperation in group processes. One of the outstanding believers in the theory that conflict dominates societal life was Ludwig Gumplovich, 1838–1910. His system of thought begins with the assertion that primitive hordes were the original units of society. Gumplovich dissented from Herbert Spencer's belief in the individual as the original societary unit, although he accepted the determinism that is inherent in Spencer's theory of evolution. Gumplovich also repudiated Kant's belief in social amelioration through prevision, but subscribed to Kant's positivism. According to Gumplovich, society began with a large number of primitive groups, which were self-sustaining and self-conscious units. Each one of these hordes was a warring group, possessing an instinctive hatred of all other hordes. As these hordes increased in size, the general food supply failed to meet the needs. Consequently, intergroup struggle resulted, and the members of the weaker hordes were either destroyed or enslaved. The existence of slaves led to situations of intragroup inequality, which in turn created problems involving justice and injustice. As a result of continual conflicts between groups, there are frequent changes taking place in their personnel. The vanquished are continually being absorbed by victorious groups. In a given successful group, two classes are at once established, namely, the victors and the vanquished. Classes are thus continually arising out of new juxtapositions of heterogeneous racial elements. It was in an intense form of group self-interest that Gumplovich found the mainspring of social progress. This self-interest leads to an exaggerated group appraisement, a strong degree of group unity, a state of warfare between groups and perhaps progress. Basic to this group self-interest, there are the material needs of the members of the group, the economic desires and the occupational interests, and the moral and spiritual tendencies. The group is bound together by various factors, such as a common social life, a common language, religion, and culture. Gumplovich advocated a theory of potential race equality. He argued against innate racial superiority and racial inferiority. He doubted the existence of any pure races. Each race is a compound of other races, and hence races are potentially similar in fundamental respects. National progress, therefore, holds no connection with race purity. Gumplovich minimized the importance of the individual. Society rules, centuries of traditions dominate. The thoughts of the individual are almost, if not entirely, a mere reflection of the social environment. The group develops group pride or group disloyalty in the minds of its members. The distinguished leader is largely the man who expresses the will of the group during the group crisis. Gumplovich makes only a brief reference to the process of interaction between the individual and the group. An underlying theory of natural determinism vitiates much of Gumplovich's ideas concerning the individual. Inasmuch as society, like individuals, passes through a cycle of growth and decay, subject to unchangeable natural and societary laws, there is no justification for individual interference with social processes. In fact, this theory led Gumplovich into pessimistic conclusions concerning life. He failed to see that societal life is not necessarily a series of hopeless cyclical conflicts, and that social processes are becoming increasingly subject to human control for good or ill. He did not appreciate the fact that groups are not subject to laws of cyclical growth and decay after the manner of individuals. Hence, his conflict theory of societal life ended in confusion and pessimism. A reference was made in Chapter 11 to the theories of Friedrich Nietzsche, 1844–1900. This German philosopher developed the idea of social conflict, basing it on the concept of the will to power. Leaders desire power. They enjoy to exercise power and they thrive under that exercise. Jealousy of the leaders arises. The weaker members of society join together against the possessors of power. They develop a will to power, but of a weaker type than that of the leaders. Conflicts ensue between the will to power of the superior and the will to power of the inferior. The superior and the inferior types each possess a distinctive code of morality. The supermen develop a harsh and rigorous attitude toward themselves and others. They gird and prepare themselves for the crises of life. They strive to augment their power. They become self-contained. They take pride in crushing weakness and in deifying strength. Their morality stresses those factors in life which create power. They feel a condescending pity for the weak. They experience no sense of responsibility for the inferior classes. Since supermen are the supreme goal of nature, supermen feel that all persons and things should contribute to increasing the power of supermen. It is a waste of energy for supermen to give their lives in behalf of inferior persons. They are interested only in the welfare of other supermen. The morality of the inferior is of a type which furthers weakness. It accents sympathy. It emphasizes gregariousness. The inferior create a slavish, cringing, meek morality. They sacrifice themselves readily and humbly in behalf of others who may be inferior to themselves. Nietzsche believed in a eugenics program. He declared that marriages should be arranged with a view to producing supermen. Nietzsche's deterministic view of natural evolution led him to believe, however, that equality of privileges is unattainable. He opposed democracy because its theory of equal opportunities contradicts the tendencies of nature. He was no socialist. He asserted that an aristocracy of power is the only true goal for society. He carried forward the ruthless biological laws of tooth and fang into his conception of the highest types of civilization. Moreover, the Superman is a biological mutant. He appears sporadically. At this point, Nietzsche's inconsistency becomes obvious. For example, if geniuses appear sporadically and without reference to biological laws, why attempt to arrange marriages so as to produce supermen? To get himself out of the dilemma, Nietzsche postulated cyclical returns of supermen and lost his bearings in trying to interpret an endless circular movement in social evolution, endlessly repeating itself. In an applied form, Nietzsche's philosophy has appeared in German political life, but to the defeat of Germany. In starting points, Nietzsche and Gumplowicz were widely different. Nietzsche began with an apotheosis of the man of power and extolled the achievements of supermen. Gumplowicz had little place for the individual, even for the most powerful. Both sets of theories ended in a deterministic philosophy of individual and social despair. An unusually fundamental delineation of social conflict has been advanced by Simon N. Patten in his theory of social forces. Human society is the product largely of a pain economy in which the requisites for survival are determined by the enemies and pains to be avoided. In a like manner, a pain morality and a pain religion develop. The purpose of the pain morality is to keep persons from committing acts and putting themselves in situations which lead to destruction. The pain religion, likewise, aims to invoke the aid of higher powers in the human conflict with enemies and death. The social forces in a pain economy have been built up in the form of sets of ideals, instincts, and habits. Society, however, is now in a transition stage entering a pleasure economy. A large number of the sources of pain have been eliminated through the inventive and administrative phases of civilization. Dangerous beasts and reptiles, barbarous invasions, and superstitious interpretations are uncommon among the advanced human groups. No nation, unfortunately, has been able to live under a pleasure economy. Its members have not built up sets of instincts, habits, and ideals that withstand the effects of a pleasure economy. Consequently, individuals and nations have fallen into lethargy, vice, and decay. The enemies in a pleasure economy are found within the individual. These are as yet unconquered under the allurements of a pleasure environment. In discussing the conflicts between these habits and ideals, Dr. Patton may err in implying that the race once was not in a pain economy, and hence did not originally develop out of such an environment. But he nevertheless has analyzed an important societal fact in his pain-pleasure transition concept. Another type of conflict theory of society is advanced by Thomas Nixon Carver. Professor Carver begins his analysis with a discussion of the conflict of human interests. Originally, all conflicts were settled on the basis of might, but conflicts between persons who are beginning to think sometimes lead one or each of the contending parties to a consideration of adjusting the conflict by other than physical strife. At this point, the concept of justice begins to take form. Justice, according to Dr. Carver, is that system of adjusting conflicting interests which makes the group strong and progressive. Virtue and strength are pronounced identical, and strength is defined according to its ability to make itself universal. Conflict arises out of scarcity. Where two men want the same thing, conflict ensues. It is this antagonism of interests which produces moral problems and furnishes a basis of determining justice and injustice. One reason for the lack of supply of things which people seek is that in society human wants are unduly expended. If wants could be kept low and production high, an adaptation of people to things would take place which would greatly lessen conflict. Conflicts take place in three different fields: 1. Between man and nature, 2. Between man, and 3. Between the different interests of the same man. If there were no such conflicts, there would be no moral problems. The result would be paradise. The institutions of property, the family, and the state have developed out of antagonism of interests, which in turn, as has been said, is the result of scarcity. If things were not scarce, no one would think of claiming property in anything. In a similar way, the kinship group becomes desirous of possessing property and hence acquires unity. In asserting that the unifying principle in the family is an economic one, Dr. Carver espouses a theory of economic determinism. In fact, he holds that the economic problem is the fundamental one, out of which all other social and moral problems have grown. Dr. Carver somewhat softens his rigorous social theories when he admits that there may be a few people in the world whose feeling of humanity is strong enough to overbalance an antagonism of interests and to lead them to treat the world as a normal individual treats his family. A world of such people would make a world of communism, but such a world is unthinkable because world-loving people are social aberrations. The individual whose altruism is such that he gladly gives his body to a tiger is not helping to transform the world into a world of saints, but into a world of tigers. Extreme forms of benevolence and meekness constitute the very food upon which selfishness fattens. Professor Carver, therefore, points out two sources of conflict, namely scarcity of desirable things and self-centered appreciation. These two bases of conflict are fundamentally natural and normal. Conflicts appear, however, in a great variety of forms. This classification of the methods of struggling for existence is fourfold. 1. There is a group of conflicts which are primarily destructive, such as war, robbery, dueling, sabotage, brawling. These conflicts are all crude, primitive, brutal. They represent man at his lowest ebb. They are militant in character, depending upon the individual's power to destroy, to harm, or to inflict pain and injury. 2. Deceptive conflicts are of an order slightly higher than the militant. They include thieving, swindling, adulteration of goods, false advertising. They imply a greater degree of intelligence than the purely destructive types of conflict. 3. Another form of conflict is persuasive in character, for example, political, erotic, commercial, and legal conflicts. Political competition includes seeking governmental appointments, running for office, campaigning for a political party. Erotic conflicts are in the main different forms of courtship. Commercial persuasion utilizes the agencies of advertising and salesmanship. Legal conflicts include litigations in the courts. In all these illustrations, the individual strives to further his own interests by his persuasive ability. Oftentimes, resort is made to cheap persuasive methods, such as demagogy or political claptrap. Sometimes the persuasion falls to the level of deception, and occasionally to destructive depths. 4. The highest form of conflicts are the productive types. Some productive conflicts refer to rivalries in producing economic goods, others to rivalries in rendering service. In his essays in social justice, Professor Carver discusses three forms of economic competition at length. Here he includes competitive production, competitive bargaining, and competitive consumption of economic goods. The second class has already been referred to as commercial persuasion. Competitive production increases the supply of economic goods and always works well. Competitive consumption, however, always works badly. It means rivalry in display, in ostentation, in the effort to outshine or to outdress all one's neighbors, or at least not to be outshone or outdressed by them. It is usually deceptive. It has no productive features about it. It may even assume a form of waste and destruction. The highest type of conflict is friendly rivalry in rendering service to other people. Professor Carver would have self-interest direct its efforts toward the welfare of the nation. Since neither law nor government can eliminate self-interest, the next best thing is to connect it with national well-being. Nearly all useful things that are done in a community are undertaken through self-interest. Even cooperation is a form of competition. The purpose of cooperation is to enable groups of individuals to compete more effectively against opposing groups. Competition is not an evil in itself. The spirit which dominates competition is the important thing. Some people are motivated by the pig trough philosophy, which emphasizes struggle for the sake of possession and consumption of goods. The workbench philosophy accents action and not possession, production and not consumption. These theories, excellent in many particulars, apparently do not rate at full value the fact that education and love can and do modify the self-interest of the individual, and at the same time direct the attention of the individual toward unselfish service. In stressing service through achievement and production, they neglect to emphasize achievement through service. Competition in rendering unselfish service is underrated. It was Novikov, the Russian sociologist, who laid bare the alleged benefits of war, showing that the gains which come from war may be obtained through other methods of social interaction. Novikov argued forcefully that the real enemies of a group of people are disease, germs, and death, not the best people of other nationality groups. Novikov's vision enabled him to perceive the foolishness of men who lock themselves together in destructive conflict, when the real enemies are microscopic disease bacteria and the gaunt black specter of death. Conflict bulks large in the sociology of Edward A. Ross. Any interference with the carrying out of the individual's plans and with the satisfying of his interests creates opposition. The best characteristic of the phenomenon of opposition is that it awakens and stimulates. Competition operates according to psychological laws. For example, the intensity of competition varies according 1. to the degree of personal liberty, 2. to the rate of social change, and 3. inversely as the efficiency of the selective agents. One of the most important forms of competition is found in industrialism. The invention and adoption of the power-driven machine has created an industrialism which is molding and transforming society in startling ways, and which is causing its members more and more to cluster at opposite poles of the social spindle. Professor Ross expresses slight hope that the ownership of industrial capital will be disseminated through the working class according to the conflict rules of the present economic system. Other conflict theories will be presented in the following chapters. For example, the conflict theories of Gustav Ratzenhofer and Albion W. Small will be noted in the chapter on cooperation concepts, and Gabriel Tard's analysis of conflict will be taken up in the discussion of psychosociological thought. In general, the social conflict doctrines, when carried to the extreme, fail to recognize that conflict and cooperation are correlative social processes. Humanly speaking, one is as old as the other. Both spring from the deepest types of human needs. While the earliest types of associative life may have been characterized by a predominance of conflict, the highest stages are ruled by the cooperative spirit. This transition, together with the leading cooperation theories of social progress, will be taken up in the chapter which follows. Suffice it to say here that conflict and competition are essential to social advance. They are both highly useful when operating in the fields of production and service. Chapter 21. Cooperation Theories in Sociology. One of the first persons to work out a systematic interpretation of cooperation was Giovanni Vico, 1668–1744, an Italian philosopher. Vico rejected the social contract idea because he believed that it was a false interpretation of the true principle of cooperation. The concept of a social contract embodied an artificial and metaphysical notion of social life. In his chief work, Principles of a New Science Concerning the Common Nature of Nations, Vico inaugurated a study of actual social phenomena. He sought to discover possible social laws. He attempted to cast aside the accidental social elements and to organize the regularities of social phenomena into laws. He searched for the laws governing the growth and decay of societies. He undertook to analyze the history of human society. Although Vico's important treatise was not known outside of Italy until a century and a half after it was originally published, it contained a statement of the factor which is basic to any sound cooperation theory of social progress. Vico was one of the first writers to describe the principle that all human groups have a common nature. His comparative studies of human institutions everywhere led him always to the belief in the common mind of mankind, a concept which in recent years has been ably elaborated by D.G. Brinton. For this contribution, Vico has been called the father of sociology. According to Vico, the fundamental social movement is a gradual unfolding or evolution of social institutions in response to the common needs of people. Society owes its development in part to the reflections of the wise, as the social contract theorists have said, but also to the human feelings even of the brutish. This natural sociability of man has furnished the chief basis for the rise and development of the spirit of cooperation. The natural sociability of human beings has led, more or less unconsciously on the part of man, to the establishment of necessary social relations and institutions. The purpose of social organization is to produce perfect human personalities. Vico outlined the evolutionary character of society according to the spiral theory, namely, that society does return upon itself, but that, when it completes a cycle, it is upon a higher plane of cooperation than when the given cycle began. Vico also made religion a necessary principle of progress. Although in adjusting himself to the prevailing theological dogmas of his time, Vico committed serious scientific errors, he nevertheless is deserving of special credit for his emphasis upon the common nature and natural sociability of mankind. Hugo Grotius, 1580–1645, the celebrated Dutch scholar, gave to social thought the international concept. He advanced the idea of the coming cooperation among the nations which in his time were moved primarily by jealousy and hatred in their relations with one another. Grotius was the originator of a definite set of principles and laws for international cooperation. His work in this regard accentuated the importance of like-mindedness in matters of international polity. Spinoza, whose contributions regarding the concept of sovereignty have already been stated, declared that the instinct to acquire is naturally stronger than the tendency to share. Hence, man must be educated to perceive the advantages of cooperative living. When this appreciation occurs, when the advantages of cooperation become clear, then man will sublimate his egoistic and self-seeking desires to altruistic communal living. As man comes to understand, step by step, the values of cooperative conduct, he will overcome, degree by degree, his selfish impulses. The references which were made in Chapter 14 to the work and writings of certain socialists, such as Robert Owen, form another link in this discussion of the development of the cooperation concept. While the experiments in consumers' cooperation, such as the activities of the Rochdale pioneers, have had splendid success in many countries, they have demonstrated that they can flourish only in an environment where the cooperative spirit rules. While the experiments in producers, cooperation have often failed and have not yet as a class been successful, they have testified to the absence of a developed cooperative spirit rather than to the failure of the principle upon which they are based. Peter Kropotkin, whose opposition to socialism was indicated in Chapter 14, rendered a useful service in writing his Mutual Aid, a factor in evolution. Kropotkin, a loyal Darwinian, protested against the falsely labeled social Darwinianism. Kropotkin made plain that Darwin's interpretation of evolution, while stressing the struggle for existence, also pointed out that there is in evolution a powerful tide of cooperation. The logical conclusion of this treatment of evolution, according to Kropotkin, is not a phase of social Darwinianism, with its emphasis upon a biological struggle in the highest human realms, but a world of human association in which the cooperative spirit has risen to a position of control over physical force and selfish desire. Kropotkin studied animal life extensively and concluded that, although there was among animals a severe struggle against a heartless nature, there was essentially no bitter struggle for existence among animals belonging to the same species. There is no pitiless inner war for life within this species, and moreover, this alleged war is not a condition of progress. War, declared Kropotkin, is not a condition of social progress. Kropotkin considered the clan and the tribe rather than the individual or even the family the starting point of society. The tribe itself developed a morale on the basis of beliefs in its common origin and in the worship of common ancestors. Then the possession in common of certain lands served to arouse new tribal loyalties. These loyalties expressed themselves in the form of conjurations, sworn agreements, and ultimately in fraternities and guilds for mutual support. Kropotkin believed that primitive man was naturally peaceful, and that he fought from necessity rather than from ferocity. In primitive communal organization, the judge and military chief united for mutual insurance of domination, drawing to their support the slavish loyalty of the witch doctor or priest. In the 12th century, however, the old communal spirit broke forth with striking spontaneity all over Europe. It stopped for a time the growth of the despotic monarchies of Europe. It produced endless numbers of communes. The free cities developed under the shelter of communal liberties, and in them art and invention flourished, producing the beauty of Raphael, the vigor of Michelangelo, the poetry of Dante, and the discoveries which have been made by modern science: the compass, the clock, the watch, printing, gunpowder, the maritime discoveries, the law of gravitation. Then there came the modern state formed by a triple alliance of the military chief, the Roman judge, and the priest. The Industrial Revolution and the rise of capitalism furthered the interests of the military-legal-priestly triumvirate. When the state and church were separated, the money baron took the place of the priest in the triumvirate. With the overthrow of militarism, the power of the triumvirate is broken, and the old communal cooperative feelings of man again begin to express themselves. Kropotkin led the way in defining the law of cooperative individualism. He urged decentralization in social control and attacked monopolies of all types, public as well as private. Although he exaggerated the role of mutual aid in primitive society, considering it the main social factor, he nevertheless rendered a valuable service in giving the world a vigorous presentation of a significant concept. The social process was analyzed in terms of both conflict and cooperation by Gustav Ratzenhofer, 1840–1904. It is characterized by a continuous reappearance of the phenomena of individualization of structures already extant. Both differentiation and socialization arise out of the operation of human interests. Both are implicit in the nature of man. Certain human interests lead to individualization and some to communitization. At this point, we encounter Ratzenhofer's theory of force. Force and interest are made the two primordial principles. These two factors work together in order to secure for the individual the largest possible degree of self-development. The struggle of pre-primitive men against the harsh phases of nature established a pre-primitive sociality. Struggle has always led to cooperation in the interests of preservation. Similarly, war leads to cooperation. In primitive society, institutions arose in response to community needs. Among barbarians, the increase in numbers produced an increasing emphasis upon conflict, which was expressed in robberies, wars, and enslavements. Warfare led to the formation of classes and class conflicts. Class interests, as distinguished from individual interests, then began to secure definition. With the rise of capitalism, the interests of capital were asserted, and at once the interests of labor, in apposition, assumed tangible expression. A stage, however, of stable social conditions is coming, in which the whole world will be organized on the basis of a single system of economic and non-competing production, and of free international exchange. Throughout this analysis, Ratzenhofer gives force a leading place. He also develops a theory of a ruling aristocracy of supermen. Despite these unfortunate emphases, Ratzenhofer's contribution to social thought in his theory of interests as dominating human factors, and his accent upon the rise of an increasing degree of cooperation, is noteworthy. Professor Albion Small, whose methodology will be indicated in Chapter 27, has modified, corrected, and refined Ratzenhofer's theory of interests. In the beginning were interests, says Professor Small. An interest is defined as an unsatisfied capacity, an unrealized condition of the organism, a tendency securing satisfaction of an unsatisfied capacity. In its subjective phase, an interest is a desire, and in its objective phase, a want. An interest is developed when the individual knows something, feels something, or wills something. Consequently, the whole individual or social process consists in developing, adjusting, and satisfying interests. The 6 groups into which Professor Small divides all interests are as follows. 1. The health interest arises from the sheer interest in keeping alive. It is expressed in the food interest, the sex interest, the work interest, and includes all the desires which find satisfaction in the exercise of the powers of the body. 2. The wealth interest is encompassed in the desire for mastery over things. 3. The sociability interest is represented at its best by the appetite for personal interchanges of stimulus of a purely spiritual nature. 4. The knowledge interest arises from the curiosity impulses. The limits of its possibilities are expressed in the terms nescience and omniscience. 5. The beauty interest secures satisfaction through an appreciation of the symmetrical phases of material and spiritual phenomena. 6. The rightness interest traverses the gamut of all other interests. It results in enjoyment when it secures the sanction of the individual's ideal self or of his whole self. Each of these interests tends to be absolute. Each seeks satisfaction regardless of the others. In consequence, there is a universal conflict of interests. Moreover, there is a universal conjunction of interests. The conflict, however, is more spectacular than the conjunction. In the history of mankind, this conflict has been the predominating relationship. The social process has resolved itself into a series of reactions between persons some of whose interests comport, but others of which conflict. Furthermore, the social process is a continual formation of groups and institutions around interests. It is a perpetual equating and adjusting of interests. It is a rhythm of differentiations and integrations. Professor Small points out that struggle and cooperation are always to a certain extent functions of each other. Moreover, in the social process viewed historically, there is a movement from a maximum toward a minimum of conflict, from a minimum toward a maximum of helpful reciprocity. The social process, thus, is a perpetual readjustment between the forces which tend backward toward more struggle and those that tend forward toward more socialization. By a minimum of conflict, Professor Small does not mean absence of conflict, for he recognizes that stagnation would result in a society in which conflict was eliminated. By a maximum of cooperation, he does not refer to a state of complete social solidification, which in turn would mean stagnation and death. The fundamental social problem is to give free scope to those interests which require the fullest rational development of all other interests. The social problem is to intellectualize all the interests, and moreover, to intellectualize the conflict of interests. Hence, the fundamental conflict today is between the knowledge interest and all other interests. Socialization, then, becomes the process of transforming conflict into cooperation. Sociology may be said to be the study of human interests, together with their conflicts and reciprocities. It is an interpretation of human association in terms of the effective interests of man. It focalizes within one field of vision all human activities so that the persons who have the benefit of this outlook may rate their own activities in relation to the whole. In a concrete, specific way, Professor Small has presented his theory of the social process in the book, Between Eras, From Capitalism to Democracy. Here is a vivid picture of the conflict between labor and capital, with the resultant misunderstandings and injustices. A young lady, Hector, observes the essential activities of labor and capital, and as a representative of capital, perceives the relationship which actually exists between herself and one of the working girls. She receives large dividends, for which she puts nothing into the productive activities of the corporation. The working girl is paid low wages, but is giving her life to the industrial concern from which Hector's liberal dividends are pouring forth. The main end of the discussion is an argument for the establishment of the principle of industrial democracy. Professor Small urges that the employees, per se, be given representation on boards of directors. While this representation at first will necessarily be a minority one, it will serve the useful purpose of providing for regular meetings of the representatives of the employees around the same council table. These council meetings will enable the representatives of either party in the bitter labor capital conflict to become acquainted with the problems which the opposing group faces. In this interchange, Professor Small sees the rise of a spirit of cooperation, which will melt many of the difficulties that have sprung up in the controversy between capital and labor. Although Dr. Small's Between Eras was published in 1913, the idea of industrial representation was not considered seriously in the United States until about 1918. The initial steps which have thus far been taken toward industrial representation in the management of business and in the determination of wages, hours, and conditions of labor have produced noteworthy cooperative results and have fully justified Professor Small's prophetic recommendation for the solution of a world-disturbing social situation. The primordial social group, according to Professor E. A. Ross, is a band of mothers and their children. In such groupings, preliminary socialization took place. In earliest societies, definite principles of human action made themselves evident. Domination was one of the ruling principles. Note, for example, the domination 1 by parents over offspring, 2 by old over young, 3 by husband over wife, 4 by men over women, 5 by the military over the industrial classes, 6 by the wealthy over the poor. The chief purpose in dominating is to exploit, that is, to use other individuals as means to one's own ends. Socialization, or social adaptation, runs the gamut of toleration, compromise, accommodation, and amalgamation. The simplest form of cooperation is mutual aid, which, however, is more popular among the lower classes than among the higher. Socialization, it may be noted here, has been shown by E. W. Burgess to be the fundamental process in the determination of social progress. Organization of effort is a specific societal method which has developed in society for getting things done. Organization results, 1 in the accomplishment of ends which are unattainable otherwise, 2 in arousing a common interest intermittently in all, 3 in dividing a task into its natural parts, 4 in securing a degree of expertness, 5 in producing a coordinated, intelligent plan, 6 in eliminating needless duplication of effort. On the other hand, organization leads to wastes and abuses, which are 1 overhead expenses, 2 undue time devoted to making out reports and similar routine work, 3 a loss in personal contacts, 4 a tendency to formalism and red tape, 5 an inflexibility of machinery, 6 a misapplication of power to personal ends, 7 too much specialization, 8 the organization becomes an end in itself. Socialization in content is the development of a we feeling in a number of persons, and their growth in capacity and will to act together. A very simple causal factor of this process is the age-long custom of giving a banquet, that is, in eating and drinking together. A consciousness of kind arises which, as Professor Ross believes, is not the perception of a general resemblance, but an awareness of likeness or agreement in specific matters. Nationalism, or the process of creating a spirit of national patriotism, illustrates the meaning of the socialization concept. The sociology of L. T. Hobhouse, discussed in part in Chapter 18, is largely an interpretation of society in terms of increasing cooperation. Professor Hobhouse has defined social progress as the development of the principle of union, order, cooperation, and harmony among individuals. He has described a certain mutual interest, similar to Gidding's consciousness of kind, which has served to keep individuals together, from the lowest groups of savages to the highest civilized groups. The social process, as Professor Cooley analyzes it, is not a series of futile repetitions or brutal and wasteful conflicts, but an eternal onward growth which produces increasingly humane, rational, and cooperative beings. While the element of conflict is useful in that it awakens and directs human attention, and thus leads to activity, it is limited by a superintending factor of cooperation and organization to which the contestants must adjust themselves if they would succeed. The discussions in this and the preceding chapter have shown that the natural trend of evolution is away from a pitiless competitive and destructive social process, and toward a tempered, productive, and cooperative process. Of course, there are reactionary movements from time to time which halt the cooperative trend. On the other hand, the development of reason gradually eliminates the more brutal effects of conflict. Conflict, however, will always remain, as far as can now be seen, an essential factor in the processes of individual and societal growth. Through rational controls, it will operate in the direction and interest of the cooperative spirit. In the old social order, hate and the spirit of conflict have ruled. The spirit of cooperation has often been utilized only for selfish purposes. In the coming social order, love and the cooperative spirit will direct, while the spirit of conflict will play a vital but secondary role. Chapter 22. Psychosociologic Thought. A large number of references have already been made to psychosociologic thought. In origin, it may be traced to the primitive days of the race. The folkways reveal keen psychosociologic observations. Undoubtedly, many phases of the psychic nature of group activities were known to the leaders of ancient civilizations. Plato wrote on the importance of custom and custom imitation as a societal force. Aristotle understood the socio-psychic nature of man when he observed that property which is owned in common is least taken care of, and when he declared that a fundamental test of good government may be found in the attitude of a people toward public service. In his theory of social attitudes, Aristotle made a distinct contribution to psychosociologic thought. Thomas More analyzed the causes of human actions. He was a worthy social psychologist when he protested against heaping punishment upon human beings without attempting to understand the causes of criminal conduct and without seeking to remove the societal causes of such conduct. Bodin postulated a theory of interests in his explanation of social evolution. He made the common economic, religious, and other interests of man the basis of social organization. These interests, according to Bodin, led primitive families to form a commonality of organization or government. It was Hobbes who believed that man originally was a being of entirely selfish interests. Man's interest in others was based on their ability to cater to his own good. This theory still has strong support. There are large numbers of individuals who today apparently are living according to this rule. Nations oftentimes still seem to be motivated by no higher principle. On the basis of an introspective psychology, Hobbes made the scientific observation that he that is going to be a whole man must read in himself mankind. Such a person must not simply find in himself this or that man's interests, but the interests of all mankind. George Berkeley, 1680–1753, Bishop of Cloyne and eminent philosopher, in his Principles of Moral Attraction, attempted to point out the analogies between the physical and social universe. His work was stimulated by the discoveries of Isaac Newton. He tried to apply the Newtonian formulas to society. While his physical analogies are of little value, they represent a stage in the rise of psychosociologic thought. He made the social instinct, or the gregarious instinct, in society the analog of the force of gravitation. The centrifugal force in society is selfishness, and the centripetal, sociability. As the attractive force of one mass for another varies directly in relation to the distance between them, so the attraction of individuals for one another varies directly in proportion to their resemblances. The physical analogies, however, could not be carried far without being lost in the realm of absurdity. The Scotch philosopher, David Hume, has been called the father of social psychology because of his splendid analysis of sympathy as a social force. Let all the powers and elements of nature conspire to serve and obey one man, he will still be miserable till you give him some one person at least with whom he may share his happiness, and whose esteem and friendship he may enjoy. Whatever other passions we may be actuated by, pride, ambition, avarice, curiosity, revenge, or lust, the soul or animating principle of them is sympathy. But sympathy is not always limited in its operation to the present moment. Through sympathy, we may put ourselves in the future situation of any person whose present condition arouses our interest in him. Moreover, if we see a stranger in danger, we will run to his assistance. Vice was defined by Hume as everything which gives uneasiness in human actions. By sympathy, we become uneasy when we become aware of injustice anywhere. Self-interest is the original motive to the establishment of justice, but a sympathy with public interest is the source of the moral approbation which attends that virtue. There is a continual conflict between self-interest and sympathy, both in the individual and between individuals in society. Although at times this self-interest seems to predominate, it does not entirely abolish the more generous and noble intercourse of friendship and good offices. Sympathy causes people to be interested in the good of mankind, but whatever human factor is contiguous either in space or time has a proportional effect on the will, passions, and imagination. It commonly operates with greater force than any human factor that lies in a distant and more obscure light. This principle explains why people often act in contradiction to their interests, and why they prefer any trivial advantage that is present to the maintenance of order in society. In accordance with the analysis of sympathy by Hume, Adam Smith made sympathy a leading concept in his theory of political economy. Smith also carried the concept of self-interest, with the resultant conflict between self-interest and social interest, into nearly all his economic theories. According to Adam Smith, there are 4 classes of people in modern life. 1. There are those who live by taking rent. They have social interests but are not socially productive. They grow listless and careless. 2. There is the class which takes wages. This group is large, productive, and socially interested, but their widespread lack of education makes them subject to the passions of the day and hence socially useless or even harmful. 3. Those who take profit have interests at direct variance with the welfare of society. Their selfish interests become unduly developed. Their public attitudes are usually dangerous to all except themselves. 4. The 4th group is composed of all who derive a living from serving one or more of the 3 aforementioned classes. The interests of the 3 first-mentioned groups often clash, leading to destructive social conflicts. Despite this conclusion, Adam Smith was an advocate of laissez-faire. He urged that natural laws be allowed to express themselves normally. In 1859, Moritz Lazarus and Hamann Steinthal began to contribute to social thought in the Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie und Sprachwissenschaft. They applied psychological methods to the study of primitive society. In this journal, they made notable contributions concerning the social customs and mental traits of early mankind. It is in this field, which was discussed in Chapter 18, that the original work of such men as Franz Boas, W. G. Sumner, W. I. Thomas, and L. T. Hobhouse belongs. Fundamental pioneering in psychosociologic thought was done by Lester F. Ward, see Chapter 17. Ward opposed the prevailing belief of his time, and particularly of Herbert Spencer, that society must continue as it now is going on, namely, an exhibition of a blind struggle of competitive forces. He not only perceived the rise of mind out of the obscure processes of social evolution, but more important still, he noted the part that mind may play in modifying the course of social forces. Although he considered the human desires to be the dynamic social elements, he gave to mind, through its power of prevision, the prerogative of directing the desires of mankind. Moreover, he pointed out the direction in which mind could best guide the desires. He urged a sociocracy in which the desires of the individual are so controlled that they operate only when in harmony with the welfare of other individuals. For establishing these fundamental considerations, Ward ranks high in the history of psychosociologic thought. The chief founder of social psychology was Gabriel Tarde, 1843–1904. He wrote the first important treatise in the field of the psychology of society. The Lois de l'Imitation established Tarde's reputation as a social psychologist, and at the same time aroused the world of thought to the existence of a new phase of social science. Tarde was a jurist who inquired into the causes of antisocial conduct. He was greatly impressed by the observation that criminal acts are committed in waves. Upon examination of this fact, he found imitation to be a potent factor, and began to analyze the laws of imitation. This study soon showed that not all is imitation, but that much human conduct arises out of opposition. His analysis of the laws of opposition led him to the conclusion that imitation and opposition are the bases of a third social factor, invention. The social process, as he observed it, is characterized 1. By an ever-widening imitation of inventions, 2. By the opposition of conflicting circles of imitation, and 3. By the rise of new inventions out of these oppositions, which in turn become the centers of new imitations. Thus, the social process goes on, endlessly and unconsciously or consciously. To understand society, Tard believed that one must understand how minds act and interact. Tard's work, first presented as Les Lois de l'imitation, was formally developed in his Logic Social and summarized in his Lois Social English translation, Social Laws. Together, these books constitute a unique social theory. Although Tard's approach to the psychology of society was objective and sociological, and although he did not give serious attention to the purely psychological nature of the mind nor to the instinctive bases of conduct, he nevertheless made a contribution to social thought which is valid and enlightening. Society, according to Tard, is a group of people who display many resemblances, produced either by imitation or by counter-imitation. Again, he says that society is a group of distinct individuals who render one another mutual services. Societies are groups of people who are organized because of agreement or disagreement of beliefs. Society is imitation. The outstanding element in social life is a psychological process in which inventions are followed by imitations, which when coming into inevitable oppositions produce new inventions. To the degree that a person is social, he is imitative, in the way that vital or biological resemblances are due to heredity, so human resemblances are caused by imitation. The closer the human resemblances between individuals, even though they be occupational competitors, the larger will be the proportion of imitations and the closer the social relationships. The father will always be the son's first model. A beloved ruler will so fascinate his people that they will imitate blindly, yea, even be thrown into a state of catalepsy by him. In such a case, imitation becomes a kind of somnambulism. Imitations are characterized by inclines, plateaus, and declines. The incline refers to the period of time which an imitation requires for adoption. The plateau is the length of time during which an imitation is in force. The decline, of course, has to do with the passing away of an imitation. Each of these phases are of varying lengths dependent upon the operation of almost countless socio-psychical factors. It is this career through which all imitations must pass that is the important phase of history. There are two causal factors determining the nature of imitation, logical and non-logical. Logical causes operate when the imitator adopts an innovation that is in line with the principles that have already found a place in his own mind. Extralogical, or non-logical, imitations are those which are determined by the adventitious factors of place, date, or birth of the individual. The fundamental law of imitation, stated in simplest terms, is that the superior are imitated by the inferior, for example, the patrician by the plebeian, the nobleman by the commoner, the beloved by the lover. A more accurate statement of the law of imitation is that the thing that is most imitated is the most superior one of those that are nearest. The term superior, in all these cases, must be used in the subjective sense, that is to say, that which seems to the specific individual to be superior, not necessarily that which actually is the superior, is imitated. A country or period of time is democratic if the distance between the highest and lowest classes is lessened enough so that the highest may be imitated freely by the lowest. Democracy will keep the distance between classes reduced to that minimum where imitation may operate. An important phase of sociology involves the knowledge and control of imitations. Sociological statistics should determine 1. The imitative power which inheres in every invention at any given time and place, and 2. The beneficial or harmful effects which result from the imitation of given inventions. Imitation is divided into sets of complementary tendencies: custom imitation and fashion imitation, sympathy imitation and obedience imitation, naive imitation and deliberate imitation. Everywhere, custom imitation and fashion imitation are embodied in two parties, divisions, or organizations: the conservative and the liberal. Through custom imitation, usages acquire autocratic power. They control habit, regulate private conduct, and define morals and manners with imperial authority. Usages are frequently extralogical imitations. Usages are commonly accepted first by the upper classes. They usually are related primarily to objects of luxury. They stick tenaciously to the leisure time phases of life. Their most favorable milieu is a social and individual status of ignorance. Fashion imitation rules by epochs, for example. Athens under Solon, Rome under the Scipios, Florence in the 15th century. These epochs of fashion produce great individualities, illustrious legislators, and founders of empire. Whenever the currents of fashions are set free, the inventive imagination is excited and ambitions are stimulated. Fashion imitation has a democratizing influence. A prolonged process of fashion imitation ends by putting pupil peoples upon the same level, both in their armaments and in their arts and sciences, with their master people. In fact, the very desire to be like the superior is a latent democratizing force. The counterpart of imitation is opposition. Opposition, however, may be a very special kind of repetition. There are two types of opposition: interference combinations and interference conflicts. The first type refers to the coming together of two psychological quantities of desire and belief, with the result that combination takes place and a total gain is made. The second type refers to the opposition resulting from incompatible forces. In this case, an individual or social loss is registered. From another standpoint, opposition appears in one of three forms, namely war, competition, and discussion. Conflicts often pass through these three forms, which are obedient to the same law of development, but in order are characterized by ever-widening areas of pacification, alternating, however, with renewals of discord. As war is the lowest, most brutal form of conflict, discussion is the highest, most rational form. Opposition in human life is society's logical duel. This duel sometimes ends abruptly when one of the adversaries is summarily suppressed by force. Sometimes a resort to arms brings a military victory. Sometimes a new invention or discovery expels one of the adversaries from the social scene. The logical result of opposition is invention or adaptation. Invention is a question followed by an answer. Invention, or adaptation, at its best, is the felicitous interference of two imitations, occurring first in one single mind. Inventions grow in two ways: one, in extension by imitative diffusion, and two, in comprehension by a series of logical combinations, such as the combination of the wheel and the horse in the inventions of the horse cart. Inventions partially determine the nature of new inventions and new discoveries. A new invention makes possible other inventions, and so on. Each invention is the possible parent of 1,000 offspring inventions. To be inventive, one must be wide awake, inquiring, incredulous, not docile and dreamy, or living in a social sleep. The inventor is one who escapes, for the time being, from his social surroundings. Inventing develops from wanting. A man experiences some want, and in order to satisfy this want he invents. Inventiveness is contrary in nature to sheepishness. Since an invention is the answer to a problem, inventions are the real objective factors which mark the stage of progress. But invention, according to Tard, becomes increasingly difficult. Problems naturally grow increasingly complex as the simpler ones are mastered. Unfortunately, the mind of man is not capable of indefinite development and therefore will reach a limit in solving problems. At this point, Tard is on doubtful ground. His argument can neither be proved nor disproved. Apparently, man's ability to solve problems increases with his training and experience in that connection. Moreover, man appears to be at the very dawn of his possibilities in the field of invention. He is only beginning to gather together systematically the materials for inventing and to understand slightly the principles of inventing. Inventors are imitative. This statement is but another way of saying that inventions are cumulative, that they come in droves, that they are gregarious. A new discovery will arouse the ambition of many wide-awake persons to make similar discoveries. There is in every period a current of inventions which is in a certain general sense religious or architectural or sculptural or musical or philosophical. Invention and imitation represent the chief forces in society. Invention is intermittent, rare, and eruptive only at certain infrequent intervals. It explains the source of privileges, monopolies, and aristocratic inequalities. Imitation, on the other hand, is democratic, leveling, and incessant like the stream deposition of the Nile or Euphrates. At times, the eruptions of invention take place faster than they can be imitated. At other times, imitations flow in a monotonous circular current. The contributions of Tard to social thought have stimulated numerous investigators to enter the field of social psychology. While Tard's thinking has been severely criticized by the psychologists and modified by the sociologists, it has opened minds of valuable social ores. Not the least important consideration was the impetus which the Tardian thought gave to American writers, such as E.A. Ross. Tard's name, however, will be long revered for the penetrating way in which he developed the concept of imitation. Although Walter Bagehot, an English publicist, in an epic-stirring book, Physics and Politics, published an important chapter on imitation, as early as 1872, it was Tard's Lois de l'imitation in 1890 which at once became the authority on the subject. In the United States, Michael M. Davis, Jr., has written an excellent summary of Tard's socio-psychologic thought. As a critical digest of Tardian thought, Dr. Davis' psychological interpretations of society is unsurpassed. In 1892, Professor H. Schmidkuntz published an elaborate work on the psychology der Suggestion. This book is an important pioneer work. In the English language, the writings of Boris Cities on the psychology of suggestion are well known. Professor E.A. Ross has given an intensive treatment of the theme in his social psychology. In these various discussions, however, the fact is not made clear that suggestion and imitation are correlative phases of the same phenomenon. The point, also, is not developed that suggestion-imitation phenomena are natural products of social situations in which like stimuli normally produce like responses. In 1895, the first book by Gustave Le Bon on crowd psychology was published. Le Bon has also written on the psychology of revolutions, of war, and of peoples. He gave a limited definition to the term crowds and then applied the term to nearly all types of group life. He conceived of crowds as feeling phenomena. They are more or less pathological. Since the proletariat are subject to crowd psychology, they are untrustworthy and to be rewarded perpetually with suspicion. A sounder, more synthetic and historical position concerning the psychology of groups and of society is taken by G. L. Duprat in La Psychologie Sociale. Italian contributions in the field of crowd and group psychology are represented by Paolo Orano's Psychologia Sociale, which includes only a partial treatment of the subject that is indicated by the title, and by Scipio Seil's La Foule Criminelle and Psychologie des Sexes. Permanent groups, according to Seil following Tard, are either sects, castes, classes, or states. The sect is a group of individuals which possesses a common ideal and faith, such as a religious denomination or a political party. The caste arises from identity of profession. The class is characterized by a strong unity of interests. States possess common bonds of language, national values, and national prestige. The concept of consciousness of kind was developed by Franklin H. Giddings in his Principles of Sociology, 1896. Consciousness of kind is the original and elementary subjective fact in society. Professor Giddings defines this term to mean a state of consciousness in which any being, whether low or high in the scale of life, recognizes another conscious being as of like kind with itself. In its widest meaning, consciousness of kind marks the difference between the animate and the inanimate. Among human beings, it distinguishes social conduct from purely economic or purely religious activity. Around consciousness of kind, as a determining principle, all other human motives organize themselves. People group together according to the development of the consciousness of kind in them. Roughly speaking, there are 4 such groupings. 1. The non-social are persons in whom the consciousness of kind has not yet developed, in whom it finds imperfect but not degenerate expression, and from whom the other classes arise. 2. The antisocial, or criminal, classes include those persons in whom the consciousness of kind is approaching extinction. They detest society. 3. The pseudosocial, or pauper, classes are characterized by a degeneration of the genuine consciousness of kind. 4. The social classes are noted for a high development of the consciousness of kind. They constitute the positive and constructive elements in society. At the head of the list are the preeminently social. These people devote their lives and means to the amelioration of society. They are called the natural aristocracy of the race, the true social elite. Consciousness of kind is made possible in part by the operation of physical factors. Fertility of soil is one of the sources of human aggregation. Favorable climate makes aggregation possible. Aggregation of population is either genetic, due to the birth rate, or congregate, due to immigration. Aggregation leads to association, the proper milieu for the growth of consciousness of kind. Aggregation guarantees social intercourse, which is a mode of conflict. Conflict, according to Professor Giddings, becomes the basis of social growth. Primary conflicts are those in which one adversary is completely outdone and hence likely to be crushed by the other. Secondary conflict refers to the contests between more or less evenly balanced forces. Primary conflict is conquest. Secondary conflict is growth. Among people, secondary conflict leads to the development of consciousness of kind through the successive steps of communication, imitation, toleration, cooperation, alliance. The supreme result is the production of preeminently social classes. Of these various factors, Professor Giddings particularly stresses imitation. It is the factor of imitation in the conflict that gradually assimilates and harmonizes. Association reacts upon individuals and produces self-consciousness, which in turn creates social self-consciousness or group awareness of itself. Social self-consciousness is characterized by rational discussion. With the rise of discussion, social memory or traditions becomes possible. Moreover, a sense of social values arises. Public opinion springs from the passing of judgment by the members of the group upon any matters of general interest. Social memory, or traditions, becomes highly differentiated. It consists of impressions concerning the tangible world, the intangible world, and the conceptual world. The traditions in any field, plus current opinion in that field, form the standards, ideals, faiths, isms of the time. For example, the integration of economic traditions with current economic opinions is the general standard of living of the time and place. The integration of the aesthetic tradition with current criticism is taste, and the modification of a traditional religious belief by current religious ideas is a faith. Inasmuch as consciousness of kind is the psychological basis of social phenomena, it is natural that the chief social value is the kind itself, or the type of conscious life that is characteristic of the society. The social cohesion is another important social value. Social cohesion is vital to the unity of any group, therefore the group is usually willing to make many sacrifices in its own behalf. The distinctive possessions and properties of the community, such as territory, sacred or historic places, heroes, ceremonies, constitute the third class of social values. A fourth group is found in the general principles which promote the growth of the group. For example, the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. The social values largely determine the social choices of groups and the nature of social organizations. Professor Giddings develops an interesting theory of the dualism in social structures. Civilization is marked by the contemporaneous existence of public and private associations. Civilized society affords four main sets of dualistic associations: political, juristic, economic, and cultural. In the political field, there are private political parties and the public association, namely, the government, or the political party in power. Among juristic associations, there are the privately organized vigilance committees and the public associations, such as the police, the courts, the prisons. In the realm of economics, there are private individual entrepreneurs, partnerships, corporations, and on the other hand, there are the governmentally owned railroads, postal service, the water systems, the coinage systems. In regard to cultural associations, we may note the privately endowed universities and state universities, privately organized churches and state churches, private charities and public charities. This dualism in social structure is supported by Professor Giddings on the grounds that private associations are needed for purposes of initiation, experimentation, and stimulation. And the public associations serve the useful purposes of regulation and maintenance of balance among various contending factors. the highest test of social organization is the development of social personality. An efficient social organization is one which makes its members more rational, more sympathetic, with an ever-broadening consciousness of kind. In recent works, Professor Giddings has developed the concept of pluralistic behavior. Any one or any combination of behavior-inciting stimuli may on occasion be reacted to by more than one individual. The character of pluralistic reactions, whether similar or dissimilar, simultaneous or not, equal or unequal, is determined by two variables. 1. The strength of the stimulation. 2. The similarity or dissimilarity of the reacting mechanisms. Thus, Professor Giddings considers pluralistic behavior the subject matter of the psychology of society, or sociology. In 1897, Social and Ethical Interpretations by J. Mark Baldwin was printed. It bears the subtitle of a study in social psychology. This was the first time that the term social psychology had appeared in the title of a book in America, though 3 years earlier, in 1894. One of the leading parts of Small and Vincent's Introduction to the Study of Society was designated social psychology, and included a discussion of social consciousness, social intelligence, and social volition. Baldwin's Social and Ethical Interpretations and Giddings' Principles of Sociology appeared almost simultaneously, one by a psychologist and the other by a sociologist. One was written from the genetic viewpoint and the other from the objective viewpoint. One dealt primarily with social psychology and the other with a psychology of society. One was built around the concept of the social self and the other around the concept of a consciousness of kind. They both hastened the development of an organic social psychology. Professor Baldwin demonstrated that the self is largely a product of the give and take of social life. A child becomes aware of his self by setting himself off from other selves. It is in group life, that is, in contact with other selves, that the child develops a self-consciousness. Moreover, the self is bipolar. One end of the self pole is characterized by what one thinks of himself, and the other end by what he thinks of other persons. The ego and the alter are to our thought one and the same thing. People are so much alike because they are imitative. It is imitation which keeps people alike. Imitation integrates individuals. Imitation is either 1, a process whereby one individual consciously or unconsciously copies another individual, or 2, the copying of a model. That is, adopting a model which arises in one's own mind. Baldwin found the law of social growth in the particularization by the individual of society's store of material, and by the generalization on the part of society of the individual's particularizations. The essence of the first phase of this process is invention, and of the second, imitation. Baldwin considered invention and imitation the two fundamental processes of social growth. In this chapter, the strength of the psychological approach to an understanding of societary processes has been demonstrated. In the chapter which follows, the reader will find further materials showing the tremendous vitality of psychosociologic thought. Chapter 23. Psychosociologic Thought Continued. In 1902, Human Nature and the Social Order by Professor Charles H. Cooley was published. This book was at once accepted as an authority on the integral relationship of the individual self and the social process. It was followed in 1909 by Social Organization and in 1918 by Social Process. The three books constitute a chronological development of a logical system of psychosociologic thought. The first volume treats of the self in its reactions to group life. The second explains the nature of primary groups, such as the family, playground, and neighborhood of the democratic mind, and of social classes. The third analyzes the many elements in the processes by which society is characterized. The chief thesis of the three volumes is that the individual and society are aspects of the same phenomenon, and that the individual and society are twin-born and twin-developed. An individual has no separate existence. Through the hereditary and social elements in his life, he is inseparably bound up with society. He cannot be considered apart from individuals. Even the phenomena which are called individualistic are always socialistic in the sense that they are expressive of tendencies growing out of the general life. It is not only true that individuals make society, but equally true that society makes individuals. Professor Cooley has given an excellent presentation of what he calls the looking-glass self. There are three distinct psychic elements in this phenomenon. 1. The imagination of one's appearance to another person. 2. The imagined estimation of that appearance by the other person. And 3. A sense of pride or chagrin that is felt by the first person. The looking-glass self affects the daily life of all individuals. We are ashamed to seem evasive in the presence of a straightforward man, cowardly in the presence of a brave one, gross in the eyes of a refined one, and so on. Even a person's consciousness of himself is largely a direct reflection of the opinions and estimates which he believes that others hold of him. Professor Cooley makes a lucid distinction between self-consciousness, social consciousness, and public consciousness. The first is what I think of myself, the second, what I think of other people, and the third, a collective view of the self and the social consciousness of all the members of a group organized and integrated into a communicating group. Moreover, all three types of consciousness are parts of an organic whole. Even the moral life of individuals is a part of the organic unity of society. Social knowledge is the basis of morality, and upward endeavor is the essence of moral progress. The three groups which Professor Cooley has called primary are so labeled because through them the individual gets his earliest and completest experience of social unity. The family, play groups, and neighborhoods remain throughout life as the experience bases from which the more complex phases of life receive their interpretation. An unbounded faith in human nature is enjoyed by Professor Cooley. Human nature comprises those sentiments and impulses which are distinctly superior to those of the higher animals, such as sympathy, love, resentment, ambition, the feeling of right and wrong. The improvement of society, according to Professor Cooley, does not involve any essential change in human nature, but rather a larger and higher application of its familiar impulses. Communication is a fundamental concept in Professor Cooley's system of social thought. Communication is the mechanism through which human relations exist and develop. Professor Cooley has pointed out that not only does language constitute the symbols of the mind, but that in a sense, all objects and actions are mental symbols. Communication is the means whereby the mind develops a true human nature. The symbols of our social environment supply the stimulus and framework for all our growth. Thus, the communication concept furnishes a substantial basis for understanding the psychosociologic phenomena which are ordinarily called suggestion and imitation. Personality has its origin partly in heredity and partly in the stream of communication, both of which flow from the corporate life of the race. A study of communication shows that the individual mind is not a separate growth, but an integral development of the general mind. The means of communication developed remarkably in the 19th century, chiefly in the following ways. 1. In expressiveness, that is, in the range of ideas and feelings they're competent to carry. 2. In the permanence in recording. 3. In swiftness of communication. And 4. In diffusion to all classes of people. Thus, society can be organized on the bases of intelligence and of rationalized and systematized feelings rather than on authority, autocracy, and caste. A free intercourse of ideas, that is, free and unimpeded communication, will not produce uniformity. Self-feeling will find enlarged opportunities for expression. An increased degree of communication furnishes the bases for making the individual conscious of the unique part he can and should play in improving the quality of the social whole. On the other hand, freedom of communication is tending to produce the disease of the century, namely, the disease of excess, of overwork, of prolonged worry, of a competitive race for which men are not fully equipped. Public opinion, according to Professor Cooley, is not merely an aggregate of opinions of individuals, but a cooperative product of communication and reciprocal influence. It is a crystallization of diverse opinion, resulting in a certain stability of thought. It is produced by discussion. Public opinion is usually superior, in the sense of being more effective than the average opinion of the members of the public. The masses make fundamental contributions to public opinion, not through formulated ideas, but through their sentiments. The masses in their daily experiences are close to the salient facts of human nature. They are not troubled with that preoccupation with ideas which hinders them from immediate fellowship. Neither are they limited by that attention to the hoarding of private property, which prevents the wealthy from keeping in touch with the common things of life. The striking result of the social process is the development of personalities. The social process affords opportunities which individuals, ambitious and properly stimulated, may accept. Education may perform a useful function in adjusting individuals to opportunities. But education often fails because it requires too much and inspires too little. It accents formal knowledge at the expense of kindling the spirit. Social stratification hinders. It cuts off communication. It throws social ascendancy into the hands of a stable, communicating minority. The majority are submerged in the morass of ignorance, degrading neighborhood associations, vicious parents, despised racial connections. These all serve to produce stratification and to hinder progress. Professor Cooley holds that in the social process, the institutional element is as essential as the personal. Institutions bequeath the standard gifts of the past to the individual. They give stability. At the same time, if rationally controlled, they leave energy free for new conquests. Vigor in the individual commonly leads to dissatisfaction on his part with institutions. Disorganization thus arises from the reaction against institutional formalism manifested by energetic individuals. It may be regarded as a lack of communication between the individual and the institution. Formalism indicates that in certain particulars there has been an excess of communication. The economic concept of value has long been analyzed in individualistic terms. The economic desires arise out of the inscrutable depths of the private mind. To this explanation, Professor Cooley replies that economic wants, interests, and values are primarily of institutional origin. They are socially created. Pecuniary valuations are largely the products of group conditions and activities. It is in a rational public that Professor Cooley sees the salvation of the social process. While he repeatedly expresses a large degree of faith in human nature as it is, he looks forward to a day, rather remote, when communication and education will enable all individuals to take a large grasp of human situations and on the basis of this grasp to express effectual social purposes. Unconscious adaptation will be superseded by the deliberate self-direction of every group along lines of broadening sympathy and widening intellectual reaches. Professor Cooley has earned the title of a sound, sane, and deep sociological thinker. His contributions to social thought are found in his lucid descriptions of the social process from which personalities and social organizations arise, in his keen analysis of communication as the fundamental element in progress, and in his emphasis upon rational control through standards. The year 1908 is a red-letter year in the history of socio-psychologic thought. In that year, two important treatises appeared, one written by William McDougall and the other by Edward Alsworth Ross. The former was developed from the psychological standpoint, the latter from the sociological point of view. Mr. McDougall considers social psychology largely as a study of the social instincts of individuals. Professor Ross concentrates attention upon the suggestion and imitation phases of societal life. In a sense, Professor Ross begins his analysis where Mr. McDougall concludes. Mr. McDougall treats the instincts as the bases of social life. He makes them the foundation of nearly all individual and social activities. Instincts are biologically inherited. They cannot be eradicated by the individual. Instincts constitute the materials out of which habits are made. Consciousness arises only when an instinct or a habit, that is, a modified instinct, fails to meet human needs. The primary instincts are the sex and parental, the gregarious curiosity, flight, repulsion. Each is accompanied by its peculiar emotion, for example, the instinct of flight by the emotion of fear, the instinct of curiosity by the emotion of wonder. This instinct-emotion theory is, however, drawn out until it seems to become academic rather than actual in its details. Professor McDougall points out that the instincts are the basic elements upon which all social institutions are built. For example, the sex and parental instincts are the foundations of the family. The acquisitive instinct is an essential condition of the accumulation of material wealth and of the rise of private property as an institution. Pugnaciousness leads to war. This emphasis upon the instincts reaches an extreme form in W. Trotter, S. Instincts of the Herd in Peace and War, where the herd instinct is made all dominant. According to Mr. Trotter, the herd instinct arouses fear in the individual and rules him through rigorous conventional means in a large percentages of cases to his detriment. In conjunction with his theory of instincts, Professor McDougall has advanced a noteworthy conception of the sentiments. The three leading expressions of sentiment are love, hate, and respect. Sympathy is regarded as an elemental sentiment, in fact, as an emotion in its simplest form. A sentiment is an organized system of emotional tendencies centered about some object. The sentiments comprise an important phase of the self and function powerfully in determining social conduct. It was in 1901 that Professor E.A. Ross made his initial contribution to psychosociologic thought 7 years before his social psychology was published. His first great work was Social Control. In this excursus, he defined social psychology as the study of the psychic interplay between man and his environing society. This interplay is twofold: the domination of society over the individual, social ascendancy, and the domination of the individual over society, individual ascendancy. Social ascendancy may be either purposeless, social influence, or purposeful, social control. Social psychology, according to Professor Ross, deals with psychic planes and currents. It does not treat of groups, which is a part of the preserve of psychological sociology. The psychosociologic grounds of control are found in such factors as sympathy, sociability, an elemental sense of justice, and particularly in group needs. There are individuals whose conduct exasperates the group. In this common wrath and common vengeance lies the germ of a social control of the person. Perhaps the best part of Professor Ross' discussion of social control is his analysis of the agents of control. Public opinion and law are the two most important means of controlling individuals. The weakness of one, in this connection, is its fitfulness; of the other, its rigidity. Personal beliefs and ideals function widely and effectively because of their subjective character. An individual may escape the operation of law, he can hide away from the winds of public opinion, but he cannot get away from his own ideas and conscience. It is for this reason that religious convictions are powerful. Art as a means of social control is commonly underrated. It arouses the passions, kindles sympathies, creates a sense of the beautiful, and perfects social symbols, such as Columbia, La Belle France, Britannia. Systems of social control are political or moral. The political form is more or less objective, is likely to be in the hands of a few, is apt to be used for class benefit. The ethical arises from sentiment rather than from utility. It is more or less subjective. It permeates the hidden recesses of life. The ethical system is usually mild, enlightening and suasive, rather than bold and fear-engendering. Individuals are ordinarily aware of political control, but the far-reaching influences of ethical control they little suspect. The two most difficult problems for society to solve in connection with social control are these: 1. What measures of control may be best imposed, and 2. How these measures should be imposed. The variety of disciplines which society may use varies from epithets to capital punishment. The methods vary from the democratic one of social self-infliction to the direct autocratic procedure. Too much control produces either stagnation or revolution, depending on the amount of energy the rank and file may possess. Too little control leads to anarchy, or at least to a reign of selfishness. A paternal social control may cause resentment or a crushing of self-respect. Suggestion and imitation are social elements that Professor Ross has described in detail. He has demonstrated that the more gregarious species are more suggestible than the species whose members are more or less solitary. That southern races are more suggestible than northern races because of the different climatic effects upon temperament. That children are more suggestible than adults because children possess a small store of facts and an undeveloped ability to criticize. That people of a nervous temperament are more suggestible than persons who are phlegmatic because of difference in sensibility. That women are more suggestible than men because they have not had the broadening influences which men have enjoyed, such as higher education, travel, self-direction, professional pursuits, participation in intellectual and public life. The laws of imitation, particularly of fashion imitation and rational imitation, which M. Tard was the first to outline, have been elucidated and illustrated by Professor Ross. He has cut boldly into the shams of fashion, convention, and custom, and made a strong plea for rationality in these fields. He has shown how mob mind, the craze, and the fad sweep not simply the foolish and light-headed individuals off their feet, but also the persons who are counted as sane and acquainted with common sense. In fact, he has made clear that even the most level-headed are blindly or slavishly governed by custom or fashion or both. He does not develop, however, the fact that imitation is largely a result of like-mindedness and common social stimuli. He implies an individual rather than a group origin of suggestion-imitation phenomena. It is in discussion that Professor Ross sees one of the main hopes of progress. Discussion brings conflicts to a head and leads to group progress. Discussion changes a person's opinions. Adequate discussion leads to the settlement of a conflict and the creation of an established public opinion, which remains in force until a new invention occurs, a resultant conflict ensues, and a new public opinion comes into power. In 1920, Professor Ross made his largest and most important contribution to social thought in his Principles of Sociology. This work, however, is essentially a treatise in social psychology. The original social forces are the human instincts, notably the fighting instinct, the gregarious instinct, the parental instinct, the curiosity instinct. The derivative social forces are societal complexes which tend to satisfy instinctive cravings. Professor Ross' classification of the derivative social forces, or interests, is primarily fourfold. These fundamental interests are wealth, government, religion, and knowledge. This classification contains only 2, or at best 3, of the 6 groups of interests which are found in Professor Small's exhibit. Professor Ross' analysis of the process of socialization has been indicated in Chapter 21. This phenomena is to be sharply distinguished from ossification, which is the hardening of social life into rigid forms. Groups often become unduly solidified. The salvation of such a situation lies in individuation, which is a process of pulverizing social lumps and releasing the action of their members. Any movement that develops that spirit of personal liberty leads to individuation. Commercialization is the increasing subjection of any calling or function to the profit's motive. The various factors which hold the profit's motive in check are 1. Pleasure in creative activity, 2. Pride in the perfection of one's product, 3. The desire to live up to accepted standards of excellence, 4. Abhorrence of sham in one's work, 5. Interest in the welfare of the customer, 6. The social service motive. The profit's motive, however, receives support from many social tendencies, notably 1. The increasing distance between producer and consumer, 2. The growing differentiation between principals and subordinates, 3. The increasing importance of capital in the practice of an art or occupation. Professor Ross has set forth a valuable exhibit of the canons of social reconstruction. 1. Reforms must not do violence to human nature. 2. They must square with essential realities. 3. They should be preceded by a close sociological study of the situation which it is planned to change. 4. Reforms should be tried out on a small scale before being adopted on a large scale. 5. A reform should be the outcome of a social movement. 6. Under a popular government, reforms should move according to legal and constitutional methods. In regard to the improvement of social institutions, Professor Ross rests his argument on the importance of standards. Standards are perhaps the most important things in society. Although invisible and intangible, they reveal, better than anything else, the quality of a society. The current standards of the family may be improved through imparting sound ideals of marriage, through fixing these ideals everywhere in social tradition, and through making the social atmosphere frosty toward foolish and frivolous ideals of marriage. Young people may well be taught to look upon divorce as a moral shipwreck. Loyalty to the state or society has its origin in the obedience of children to parents in the family. A sound family life, thus, is rated by our author as the bulwark of society. In regard to industry, it is pointed out that the principle of the Soviet is associated in an entirely accidental way with Bolshevism. The Soviet may well be judged on its own merits. The principle upon which citizens may be grouped for purposes of securing representation in government is not yet settled. Is a given geographical area a better unit for securing representation than occupational areas. State socialism is objected to by Professor Ross on the grounds that it leaves the citizens so remote from that which most vitally concerns him, viz., the regulation of the industry in which he works, that his yearly vote may be a mere fribble and he little better than a state serf. Guild socialism, on the other hand, urges that each branch of industry shall organize itself democratically, and that the state shall be organized not with provinces and localities as semi-autonomies, but with industries exercising a degree of autonomy. Our author endorses the general shift which is occurring at the present time from the coercive side to the service side of industrial life. Professor Ross has deduced several important sociological principles of general import. These he calls the principle of anticipation, the principle of simulation, the principle of individualization, and the principle of balance. By the principle of anticipation, he means that a known policy of an institution will come to be anticipated by the members of the institution and will result in modifying behavior. Unfair advantage is often taken of people on the basis of this principle. For example, children frequently count on favor and leniency. The false beggar's whine is often effective. It is in this connection that genuine social reform differs from a common conception of charity. For the former method fits people to run, clears their course, and incites them to make the race, while the latter fails to render assistance of permanent value. The principle of simulation refers to the common tendency of the unworthy to simulate every type or trait which has won social approval in order to steal prestige from it. Commercial competition has produced adulterations, misbrandings, counterfeiting. There is the professional athlete, who sometimes poses as a sincere enthusiast for physical development. Politicians are often expert dissemblers. The principle of individualization refers to giving individuality a reasonable chance for growth. As society grows more complex, institutions more ossified, and life more standardized, the average individual is increasingly in danger of being crushed. At least, his opportunities for self-expression grow more slim. There is need of constant vigilance in education, in allowing for individual differences in industry, for safeguarding the laborer in expressing his personality in his work. In government, in permitting free discussion. The principle of balance is stated by Professor Ross as follows. In the guidance of society, each social element should share according to the intelligence and public spirit of its members, and none should predominate. There has been in the past, and even now there is in all countries, a bitter struggle taking place between classes apparently on the basis that some one class should rule all the other classes. Society has suffered immeasurably in this way. Sometimes society has been the victim of the rulership of the dead, of the rulership of masculinism, of clericalism, of militarism, of commercialism, of legalism, of leisure class ascendancy, of intellectualism, of proletarianism, but always by one class lording it over the weaker classes, until some one of the weaker classes acquires strength enough to overthrow the class in power. The socio-psychological thought of Professor Ross has penetrated the farthermost reaches of human life. It has been stated in lucid, stimulating language. It has commanded the attention of socially thinking persons in many lands. It has defined the field of sociology, giving the psychological approach. Special attention may be given to the concept of the Great Society as used by Graham Wallas. The Great Society is a name for current human society, the product of mechanical inventions, industrial production, commercial expansion, democratic evolution, highly organized and intricately complex. It is ruled, in the main, by men who direct enormous social power without attempting to form a social purpose. And it is composed to a surpassing degree of individuals who recognize the power of society, but dimly, and who often treat society with distrust and dislike. Mr. Wallas substitutes organization for organism as a fundamental social concept. He makes a distinction between thought organizations, will organizations, and happiness organizations. Thought organizations are those institutions in society whose main function is the organization of thought, such as discussion groups, ranging from a philosophical club to an ordinary committee that is called together to plan new legislation. At this point, Mr. Wallace asserts that he has attended perhaps 3,000 meetings of municipal committees, of different sizes and for different purposes, and that he is sure that at least half of the men and women with whom he has sat were entirely unaware that any conscious mental effort on their part was called for. They attended in the same spirit that many persons attend church, namely, in the spirit that if they merely attend they are doing their duty, and that some good must come of it. Will organization comes into existence because of imperfect social machinery. In industry, 3 types of will organizations are striving for mastery: the institution of private property, represented by the individualists; the state, represented by collectivists; labor organizations, represented perhaps by syndicalists. There is urgent need for the invention of means of organizing the conflicting wills of individuals and classes within each nation more effective than reliance upon any single principle, whether representation, property, or professionalism. The organization of happiness has not proceeded far. Efficiency has supplanted happiness as a modern god. The ideal of making money has shadowed the ideal of making people happy. A social system organized on the basis of happiness avoids both destitution and superfluity, employs the mean as the standard for the representation of all social interests as well as for all faculties of individuals, avoids the extreme in all things. The writings of Charles A. Elwood deal particularly with that part of sociological thought which rests upon psychological theory. Professor Elwood defines a society as a group of individuals carrying on a collective life by means of mental interactions. As a result of mental interactions, coordination or co-adaptation of the activities of the members is effected. The psychological basis of social interactions is found in such characteristics of the individual as spontaneity, instincts, emotions, consciousness, mind. Organisms possess spontaneity, that is, movements are set up in them without the apparent aid of external causes. The organism, however, is dependent largely upon the environment for the development of its potentialities, but the essential ground for the beginning of its activities lies within its own organic needs. Instincts, the product of natural selection, represent performed neurological pathways that developed in response to the demands of previous life conditions. The emotions, also hereditary, are complexes of feelings and sensations. The desires are complex combinations of feelings and impulses which are accompanied by an awareness of the objects that will satisfy the impulse. Consciousness develops to solve problems which the instincts cannot meet. At first, consciousness is largely a selective activity. It develops, however, into a highly complex agency for mastering the problems of life and the universe. Mind is a product of the social life process. It has arisen under conditions of association. One of the most fundamental phases of the associational process is communication. The need of acting together has given rise to intercommunicative symbols. Professor George H. Mead has given a thoroughgoing discussion of communication, language, and the consciousness of meaning. He begins with a social situation, where the actions of one person serve as stimulations to other persons, whose responses in turn act as stimulations to the first person. Thus, life is a series of actions, stimulations, responses, resultant stimulations. These activities constitute gestures or symbols with meanings. Symbols and the consciousness of meaning of these symbols are the main elements in communication. Communication, says Professor Elwood, is a device to carry on a common life process among several distinct, though psychically interacting, individual units. This definition probably emphasizes unduly the individual units, which are doubtless a product, in part, of the stream of social life. Suggestion is an elemental but quick form of communication, related in its simpler phases to sympathetic emotion. Imitation is a common mechanism whereby actions and ideas spread. Communication in the form of oral and written language is the chief mechanistic factor in securing social change. The contention of Ward that primitive man was antisocial is refuted by Professor Elwood, who points out that according to social anthropology, the so-called antisocial traits of earliest man are not found fully developed among savages, but among people of later ages. Primitives were characterized by a narrow sociality, confined largely to the family and small groups. Professor Elwood's theory of social change is of a twofold character: unconscious and conscious, the former being characteristic of the lower stages of social evolution, and the latter increasingly characteristic of the higher stages. The forms of unconscious social change are manifold. Natural selection tends to crush and destroy the weaker individuals and the weaker groups. Another type of unconscious social change is that which comes through a gradual disuse of certain cultural elements. One generation fails to copy the preceding in all particulars. Another set of sources of unconscious social change is found in the shifting relationships between individuals that is produced by the increase of population, a new physical environment, a new cultural contact, a new discovery, or a new invention. In fact, Professor Elwood states that all social changes start in an unconscious way. Conscious change begins with the awareness on the part of one or more individuals that some social habit is not functioning well. Through communication, this awareness spreads from individual to individual. Discussion ensues. At first, discussion is largely critical of the unsatisfactory social situation. The useless or harmful elements in the situation receive first attention. As discussion proceeds, it takes on a more constructive nature. That is, it becomes projective, planful, positive. It suggests a change to be made. It becomes transformed into a more or less stable public opinion, demanding a substitution of a proposed way of doing for the old. The chief elements in guaranteeing conscious readjustments are free communication, free public criticism, free discussion, untrammeled formation of public opinion, free selection of social policies and social leaders. The selective process in conscious social change is public opinion, whose social function it is to mediate in the transition from one social habit to another. Conscious social change in Western civilization is endangered on one hand by an excessive individualism, and on the other by a socialism which threatens to suppress individual initiative and to underemphasize the role of mental and moral character. Professor Elwood urges the importance of an education which will socialize the individual and at the same time develop a high type of personal character. Social change also takes place under socially abnormal conditions so long as societies fail to keep a high degree of flexibility in their habits and institutions. Autocratic rulers, propertied classes, ecclesiastical classes, special groups in power, a general intellectual stagnation are factors which tend to resist institutional flexibility. If this adaptability does not exist, then social conditions will produce revolutions. If the ruling autocracy is so powerful that the lives of all objectors are snuffed out, then revolution is indefinitely postponed. If the energetic forces within a society are hampered greatly in securing constructive opportunities for expression, they become forces of discontent and agents of revolt. If a revolution comes, then much that is worthy in social organization will be obliterated along with the unworthy. Confusion will reign, and a reversion to the brutal stages of societal life is easily possible. In his discussion of the social problem, Professor Elwood points out that the good fruits of the World War are in danger of being destroyed by the blindness and selfishness of some in our socially privileged classes, the fanatic radicalism and class hatred of some of the leaders of the non-privileged. The forces which are combining against making the world safe for democracy today are national imperialism, commercialism, materialistic standards of life, class conflicts, religious agnosticism, and a reckless attitude toward marriage and the family. The social problem, from one angle, becomes the problem of training people to live together justly, constructively, and cooperatingly. As Turgot indicated, the only way to avert social revolution is through suitable and well-timed reforms. Today, the reforms most urgently needed are threefold: the substitution of an unselfish internationalism for a selfish nationalism, of a spiritual civilization for a rampant materialism, and of a socialized human race for individualized peoples. To bring about these changes is a gigantic task, namely the social problem. Civilization is a complex of social values. Professor Elwood's classification of values is widely different from the analysis that Professor Giddings has made, given in the preceding chapter. According to Professor Elwood, Western civilization is represented by the following groups of social values historically derived. 1. a set of spiritual and ethical values described by the ancient Hebrews. 2. A set of aesthetic and philosophically concepts from the Greeks. 3. A set of administrative and legal forms of Roman origin. 4. A set of personal liberty beliefs of early Teutonic derivation. 5. A scientific spirit and technique originating during the Renaissance. 6. Economic efficiency, born of the Industrial Revolution. And 7. An extensive group of humanitarian values, the product of the 19th century. This vast and complicated Western civilization needs, however, to remove from its structure the three rotten pillars of hyperindividualism, materialism, and selfish nationalism, substituting for each its spiritualized and socialized counterpart. The nature of social control, according to the analysis by Professor E. C. Hayes, is to secure the completed and most harmonious realization of good human experience, regarded as an end in itself. Social control should prevent activities which do not bear the test of reason, and should elicit those which stand that test, when judged by their own intrinsic value and by their effect upon other values. This statement of the purpose of social control is similar to that of other standard interpretations of the matter. There are two types of social control. The first is control by sanctions, and the second by social suggestion, sympathetic radiation, and imitation. Social sanctions refer to proffered rewards and threatened punishments. Professor Hayes, however, makes not law but personality the ultimate basis of social order. Repression of crime is a correct social procedure, but of a distinctly lower grade than the movement to raise the moral character of those who never go to prison. The problem of social control is to take the instinctive tendencies of each individual when he is young and make them over into a disposition that is characterized by the four following traits. 1. Reliability or honesty. 2. Controlled animalism, or temperance regarding eating, drinking, and other animal propensities. 3. Steadiness in endeavor. 4. The social spirit or justice. Professor Hayes' statement on the agencies of social control is similar in purport to the list that Professor Ross has given. Education is considered the chief agency of social control. Education can determine the direction of ambition. Education can shift the emphasis in social valuations. Professor Hayes recognizes the import of heredity and how the degree of individual achievement is more dependent upon heredity than upon the directions of effort. Society, however, has the power to decide which of its members shall develop as far as their potential abilities will permit, and also the power to determine the direction the activities of its members shall take. Among educational agencies of control, the family ranks first. The power of the family at its best in building personality is comparable to the influence in this connection of all other agencies combined. The profession of motherwork is more important to society than any other profession. The social psychology of business enterprise, of the leisure classes, of the machine process, of industry and workmanship have been indicated by Thorstein Veblen. The unique, incisive work of Mr. Veblen is presented in several books, chief of which are his theory of the leisure class, theory of business enterprise, and instinct of workmanship. Mr. Veblen's ideas can best be illustrated by referring to his canons. The canon of pecuniary emulation describes the restless straining of certain individuals in society to outdo one another in the possession of wealth. Such possession is interpreted as conferring honor on its possessor. Wealth becomes intrinsically honorable. The canon of pecuniary beauty refers to the impression that things are beautiful in proportion as they are costly. The marks of expensiveness come to be regarded as beautiful features. The canon of conspicuous consumption is a term which describes a method of showing off one's wealth by an elaborate consumption of goods. Conspicuous consumption is seen more in matters of dress than in any other line of consumption. The canon of conspicuous leisure is the rule which some people are following when they live a life of leisure as the readiest and most conclusive evidence of pecuniary strength. Sometimes a man keeps his wife frittering her time away in a doll's house in order to show his wealth status. The canon of leisure class conservatism is Veblen's label for the conservative tendencies of the wealthy. Those whom fortune has greatly favored are likely to be content with things as they are. Such people are averse to social change, for social innovation might upset their comfortable existence. They have a dominant material interest in letting things alone. Mr. Veblen's canon of pecuniary efficiency means that many persons conceive of efficiency largely in terms of price. The person who can induce his fellows to pay him well is accounted efficient and serviceable. The man who gains much wealth at little cost is rated high in his neighbor's esteem. The investor who, at the turn of his hand, reaps $100,000 in a stock or bond deal is praised widely. In other words, there is a common tendency to rate people high in direct proportion to the amount of money that they are able to extract from the aggregate product. The canon of bellicoseness refers to the enthusiasm for war which the hereditary leisure class displays. The very wealthy, not being obliged to work for a living, find that time drags. Therefore, they seek excitement and relief from ennui and find these conditions in various things, especially in war. The canon of pecuniary education covers the tendency to demand practical education, which, upon examination, is education that will guarantee individual success. Success, for which education is to fit young people, turns out to be, in the eyes of the practical man, a pecuniary success. Practical means useful for private gain. The test that many persons would give to a course in education is this: will it help one to get an income? The canon of pecuniary thinking denotes that many occupations lead to habits of pecuniary thought. For numbers of people, the beginning and end of their more serious thought is of a pecuniary nature. The canon of machine process thinking is that mechanical employments produce a type of thinking that is based more or less on material cause and effect. The machine knows neither morality nor dignity nor prescriptive right. The machine process laborers, working in a world of impersonal cause and effect, are in danger of losing the point of view of sin. Professor Veblen has developed the concept of the instinct of workmanship at considerable length. According to this contention, it is natural for individuals to do, to construct, to achieve, to work. Through activity, the individual expresses himself and, in so doing, develops and attains happiness. Every individual is a center of unfolding impulsive activity. He is possessed of a taste for effective work. Labor acquires a character of irksomeness by virtue of the indignity that is falsely imputed to it by a hereditary leisure class. It was the instinct of workmanship which brought the life of mankind from the brute to the human plan. The contributions of Mr. Veblen to social thought are always of a thought-provoking nature. Sometimes they give rise to invidious comparisons, often they antagonize, but as a rule, they are unique. No brief reference such as is given in the foregoing paragraphs can do justice to Mr. Veblen's pungent criticisms of societal foibles. It would be a decidedly incomplete treatment of the nature of psychosociologic thought that did not make reference to the work of George Eliot Howard, political scientist, historian, sociologist, but above all, social psychologist. In each of the fields in which Dr. Howard has achieved fame, his method of approach is psychological. He has prepared an excellent outline of the field of social psychology, together with a scholarly bibliography of the same. Perhaps the best way to treat Professor Howard's socio-psychologic thought is to give a sample of it, as found in his address before the American Sociological Society when he was president of that body. The theme was Ideals as a Factor in the Future Control of International Society. This magnum opus served as an excellent introduction to the series of papers on the subject of social control, which were read at the annual meeting of the Sociological Society in 1918, and which have been published together with the presidential address as Volume 12 of the publications of the Society. By social control, Professor Howard means the standard conception of the ascendancy of the social consciousness. In the same volume, however, Professor Carl Kelsey interprets social control as the organization and utilization of our wealth and citizens for private purposes. Professor Hutton Webster is inclined to believe that the main feature of primitive social control is the superstitious fear of the new. Professor F. Stuart Chapin sees the essential element of primitive social ascendancy in the pressure upon the individual of social conditions, customs, and conventions. Without giving additional interpretations of social control, the reader will be referred directly to Volume 12 of the publications as the best symposium that is available on the subject. In discussing ideals as a phase of international control, Professor Howard makes clear that certain ideals exert a baneful influence. The ideal of the nation-state appears to be unmoral if not immoral. Of four prevailing standards of ethics, namely personal morality, business morality, national morality for home consumption, and standards of international morality for use with outlanders, the scale is descending, and the fourth type is the lowest. Nationalisms have been overdeveloped at the expense of a needed internationalism. Another false ideal of which society needs to rid itself is its conception of the function of war and militarism. War is not a good in itself. War is not heroic. Race values constitute a third false ideal. Every race deems itself superior to every other race, and every race is mistaken. Race conceit is contrary to the Christian ideal and has steadily been supplanted by the new doctrine of the potential equality of all races. The ideal of democracy, on the other hand, rings true to the needs of progress. It makes for peace. Democracy, however, must rid itself of blemishes. Hereditary and class privilege must be abolished, political corruption and race riots must be defeated. Woman, the original social builder, the mother of industry, the first inventor of the arts of peace, must be granted a full voice in social control. The ideal of education is exceedingly delicate, for it involves the process of the changing of ideals. Education may prepare a people to admire autocracy or to build a self-governing democracy. Dr. Howard enters a strong plea for social idealism, the most effective that has yet been written. The idealist is the inspired social architect who dreams a plan for the sanitary or moral cleansing of a great city, the campaign for purging politics of graft, a law for saving little children from the tigerish man of the factory or the sweatshop, a referendum for banishing from the commonwealth the saloon, that chief breeder of pauperism, sin, and crime, a conference for the rescuing from the hands of predacious greed, for the use of the whole people, of the remnant of our country's natural wealth. The idealist is the statesman, the head of a nation who dreams a scheme for safeguarding democracy and guaranteeing peace throughout the world. It is evident from the introduction to the history of psychosociologic thought that has been given in this and the preceding chapter, supported by the materials in the chapters on social conflict and social cooperation concepts, that psychosociologic thought holds a place of first rank in the field of sociology. It bids fair to become the central force in social thinking and to lead the social sciences. It deals with the most vital social concepts, namely groups, personality, behavior, conflict, cooperation, and process. Of all the main approaches to an understanding of societary problems, it promises most. Chapter 24. The Trend of Applied Sociology. In the preceding chapters, the discussions have dealt primarily with the philosophic and psychologic phases of social thought. Another important phase of our field is applied sociology. The hosts of individuals who have been engaged in dealing directly with societal problems have learned valuable lessons from their personal experiences. Sometimes they have labored according to false theories. Often they have scorned theories entirely. At the other extreme, the world has often accepted fine theories, but made a pitiable spectacle of itself in falling away from its idealistic professions. As the term implies, applied sociology treats of techniques for improving the quality of human living. The best techniques have been developed experimentally, but by persons who have combined a high estimate of social theory with practical programs of activity. The useful concept of social technology, a more accurate term perhaps than applied sociology, was given to society by Charles R. Henderson, whose balanced thinking, sane judgment, and important ameliorative activities made him the founder of this branch of sociological science. Dr. Henderson's name is synonymous with a practical interpretation of both democracy and Christianity, with the spirit of vigorous yet kindly reformation in penology, with the concept of prevention in philanthropic endeavors, and with justice and love in all the fields of human achievement. There are many other important names in the list of those persons who helped to found applied sociology. For example, such individuals as Canon Barnett, Arnold Toynbee, Jacob Riis, Jane Addams, and many other social welfare saints. Poverty and crime have been the two chief phenomena with which welfare work has been concerned. Until the present century, the attempts to meet the problems of poverty have been largely remedial. Jesus said that the poor are always present in any age of society. Saint Francis of Assisi, tiring of monastery life, sought out the poor in the natural walks of life and dedicated himself in their behalf. For centuries, England has experimented with solutions for the problems of poverty and pauperism. She has learned that when she cares too assiduously for the poor, she encourages the spirit of pauperism and increases the numbers of dependents. When she provided liberal aid for illegitimate children, she found that illegitimacy was furthered. England has had a series of important literary leaders who have interested themselves in behalf of the poor and outcast. Dickens drew minute word pictures of poverty. Carlyle, the iconoclast and individualist, pierced repeatedly the shams of society which are partly responsible for the perpetual existence of social misery. In beautiful diction, Ruskin spoke in behalf of social justice. In similar fields, France has her Hugo and Balzac, Germany her Hauptmann, Russia her Tolstoy and Gorky, Scandinavia her Bjornson, Ibsen, and Strindberg. Individuals of this type, however, cannot be considered social technologists. They have directed public opinion to specific social problems, but rarely offered technological programs of practical value. Since 1900, the leaders in social technology, such as C. R. Henderson, Sidney and Beatrice Webb, and E. T. Devine, have made clear the specific conditions under which the poor may be permanently aided. Remedial care will always be necessary, but it must be offered in ways that will not encourage anyone to make a living by begging. The prevailing thought today regarding poverty is in preventive terms. The individual should be shown how to help himself up the economic pathway. Education will make the individual efficient and safeguard him against falling into a chronic state of pauperism. Above all else, social technology urges the establishment of justice in economic conditions. As shown in Chapter 14, Henry George, in his Progress and Poverty, made a fundamental analysis of one set of causes of poverty, which he found in the unjust factors in the economic system. He showed how ownership in land may be traced back to force. Shall the first person who acquires a section of land be allowed to fence it in, and to keep out all other persons unless they pay him a price that rises rapidly as the number of other persons increases? Why is there increasing misery amid advancing wealth? The larger the city, the greater the degree of squalor. This was George's perplexing observation. Material progress does not improve the condition of the lowest classes. Prosperity under the present economic system appears to be a heavy wedge driven into society. The individuals who are below the line of cleavage are crushed down. Those who are above this line are hoisted upward into positions of luxury and affluence. Henry George, despite the large number of followers which his ideas have today, was probably in error in believing that to take the ownership of land out of the hands of individuals, through the method of the single tax, would prevent poverty. However, no one should be blind to the fact that increasing land values result from mere increase in population. Either the birth rate or immigration increases population and sends up land values, which in turn is accompanied by a rising scale of rents with an elevated cost of living and increased poverty. The history of human thought concerning crime has run a vicissitudinous career. It was not until the days of John Howard and Beccaria that a truly scientific approach was made to the problem. John Howard, 1726–1790, Sheriff of Bedford, became interested in criminals. He visited jails throughout England. He traveled widely in Europe, usually at his own expense, studying the causes of typhus fever and endeavoring to effect a more humane treatment of offenders. Beccaria, 1735–1794, an Italian criminologist, published in 1764 a remarkable book, Crimes and Punishment. Beccaria protested against attempting to repress crime by the use of fear. Retaliation is an entirely inadequate motive for administering punishment. Torture is inhuman. Neither retaliation nor repression meets the problem. Reformation was the concept with which Beccaria startled Europe. Punishment should be administered so as to reform. In modern days, the names of Cesare Lombroso, 1836–1909, stands out prominently in the field of criminology. Lombroso was a determinist finding in heredity and environment all the causes of crime, and relieving the individual of moral responsibility. The mental defective, the alcoholic, the frantically angry are irresponsible for the crimes they commit. By defining one irresponsible group after another, the Lambrassen school has practically included all individuals in this classification, leaving no one responsible for his conduct. The remedy for crime, according to Lombroso and his followers, is found in society. Society is responsible for the criminal acts of its members. If society should surround all individuals from infancy with a favorable environment, then crime would end. In the writings of Garofalo, Ferry, de Quiros, Gross, and other continental criminologists, a broader point of view is usually taken, making the responsibility for crime to rest on three factors: heredity, environment, and individual morality. The margin of choice, and therefore of individual responsibility, is usually made very slender. European criminological experts, and even American writers, such as Parmalee, have commonly minimized the importance of moral character and the accountability of the individual. In the United States, the trend of interest has been penological. Since the days of William Penn, who had been a prisoner in England, American thought has centered on the problem of prison reform. Barrows and Brockway devoted their lives to the reorganization of prison procedure. Wines and Lane show lucidly the trend in penological thought, paying splendid tribute to the achievements of Z.R. Brockway in establishing the Elmira Reformatory, New York. The fundamental principles of the Elmira procedure are as follows. 1. The average prisoner can be reformed. 2. Reformation of the prisoner is the duty of the state. 3. Prisoners must be considered as individuals and accorded the treatment which each needs in order to bring him to a normal attitude of life. 4. The prisoner's reformation requires his own cooperation in the process. 5. The prison must have the power to lengthen or shorten the sentence according to the offender's stage of reformation. 6. The entire process of reformation is educational, giving the offender opportunity for psychical, mental, and moral growth. 7. Punishment for crime is administered in the discipline and labor, which are unremitting and exacting. In recent years, Thomas M. Osborne has been developing the honor system and self-government among prisoners. The idea is dramatized by Burley and Bierstadt in Punishment. The conception is that kindly administration and the personal touch of love will win the offender's heart and mind and effect a reformation. The last 20 years have seen a remarkable development of the concept of prevention of crime. This theory, however, takes the problem back to pre-adult years, to the adolescent, to childhood, and even to the prenatal years of the specific individual. The establishment of the juvenile court, with the success of Judge Ben B. Lindsay, has served to call attention to the fact that criminals are made as a rule before they reach the age of 21. The contributors to recent thought about delinquency, such as Jane Addams, Breckinridge, and Abbott, W.R. George, Ben B. Lindsay, Mrs., Louise de Koven Bowen, Flexner, and Baldwin, are pretty largely agreed that the causes of delinquency and hence of criminality are as follows. 1. The defective home made defective by illness, poverty, shiftlessness, ignorance, immorality, desertion, divorce. Death is the leading single causal element. Nearly all criminals begin their careers as disobedient sons. The law of obedience and self-discipline, if not observed in the home, is learned later only at the expense of antisocial and criminal acts. 2. Mental defectiveness often causes delinquency. The mentally defective child, if energetic, has great difficulty in withstanding the evil temptations of life. He or she has bodily passions that are further developed than his mental inhibitions. In this connection, the public school has an important function to perform in detecting mental defectives and in segregating them under special educational care. They should be segregated also by sexes, so that they may not reproduce their kind, and they should be kept under educational and institutional direction throughout their lives. They can be made useful and happy under a guarded environment. 3. Civic neglect is a third cause of delinquency and crime. Young people are released from the public schools, often without proper home training and supervision, and drift about in a highly complex urban environment, full of commercialized and vicious devices for preying upon the curious and the unsuspecting. 4. Social injustice, for example in industry, arouses feelings of hatred of class against class, and leads to criminal acts. 5. Moral thoughtlessness and religious indifference are common causes. A moral and religious attitude gives a balanced expression to personality, wholesomeness, and obedience in the home. And a deep, constant, and abiding interest in public welfare is an invaluable preventive of sin, vice, and crime. A growing conception relative to juvenile courts is that a considerable portion of the work that such courts are now called on to perform belongs to the public schools. The compulsory attendance, child welfare, and continuation school departments may well assume responsibility for and direction of many youth who now become court charges. It is urged that a fully organized procedure of constructive work and play activity under the supervision of the schools will greatly reduce juvenile delinquency. Another cause of juvenile delinquency is parental negligence. It is believed by many authorities that problems of this character should be taken care of through the domestic relations court rather than in the juvenile court. Another causal factor is the growing disrespect for parents on the part of children. That is, the increasing degree of failure of children to appreciate the significance of the concept of obedience. In regard to labor problems, social technology has made notable contributions. Child labor is a term which refers to the employment of adolescent children for wages, when such children are thereby deprived from normal opportunities of mental and physical growth. Children should learn to work, even at unpleasant tasks, but when at an early age they are taken out of or quit school and become gainfully employed, they are deprived of a normal adolescence. They and society both lose. The problem of women in industry is due to the migration of millions of women from the home into industry. While women are entitled to equality of opportunity with men, they are often unmindful that constitutionally they are not fitted to perform all the tasks that men are doing. That if they fail in the bearing and rearing of children rationally, the race dies. And that, if they neglect to make the home attractive, the family as an essential social institution is undermined. The labor problem, when applied to men, brings forth a multiplicity of contradictory opinions. The idea of industrial democracy is the storm center. While praising modern capitalism for its stimulus to initiative and for its large-scale enterprises that have been highly beneficial in many ways, the social technologist pronounces modern capitalism undemocratic. He declares that it must purge itself or be supplanted by another industrial order. It must take cognizance of social changes and adjust itself accordingly or be rooted. The injustice in modern capitalism is often stressed in social technologic thought. Only one factor, wealth, is represented in the management of business. The skilled or unskilled laborers, often the hardest working partners in the business, are not represented. Applied sociology, unlike socialism, would keep industry in the hands of individuals. The idea has been best developed perhaps by a social theorist, Professor A.W. Small. Labor and capital must both have representation on boards of directors, if capitalism is to prove that it is not undemocratic. Tripartite management of industry is a current phase of industrial thought. Where employers and employees have reached a common ground of cooperation, they have often joined forces in collusion against the public and the consumer. The employer agrees to a rise in wages for the employee, and the employee to an increase in dividends, providing he receives a portion of the added returns. Meanwhile, the public is apathetic or rages impotently. The best thought today is urging that on boards of directors and managers, all three interested parties shall have representation, namely, labor, capital, and the public. It is a current opinion that the failure of capitalism to democratize itself will result in the rise of socialism by revolutionary means. If capital with its one-sided control of industry is supplanted by labor with another type of control, it is doubtful how much will be gained. The labor standard is manifesting itself as a class standard, and at times arbitrarily. To have society controlled by labor standards, no matter under what form of socialism they may appear, will not guarantee progress. The labor classes, the capitalist classes, the professional classes all must rule, and unselfishly for the welfare of society. The current socialist thought ranges from a radical Bolshevist theme of a dictatorship of the proletariat to a conservative state socialism, like that advocated by John Spargo. Bolshevism has the earmarks of class autocracy. Progress cannot be secured by a social order in which the least educated and trained are in control. On the other hand, it is not clear that state socialism, with its governmental control of interest-producing capital and rent-producing land, will best guarantee progress. The socialization of individuals will probably be more effective than the socialization of industries. The tendency is toward the elimination of profitism. This negative thought, it is claimed, will relieve capitalism of its worst evils and allow the educational process of socializing individuals to go forward. The concept of social insurance has been given a remarkable reception since 1882. Social insurance was introduced as a means of pacifying labor and of making it contented under the rule of capitalism. It was admitted into governmental economy by Bismarck as an agency of forestalling socialism. It spread rapidly. It has met with two setbacks. One, in the first place, it has acquired such momentum that capitalism sees it as the entering wedge of a genuine socialism. Two, in the second place, social insurance is guaranteeing so much security to the working man that he is constrained at times to sacrifice his initiative and even to become shiftless, saying in effect to himself, "I'll be taken care of anyway." It is this second type of antagonistic thought that indicates the real weakness in social insurance. It would be better to have a society in which the working men as a class would have an ample opportunity of caring for, and be stimulated to care for, their old age and for periods of disability. For the individual exceptions, special provisions could be made. The unemployment problem has produced many reform theories. Unemployment insurance, now being made the subject of experiment, is probably not reaching the main causes. The causal factors are many and deep-seated. They range from individual shiftlessness and mental defectiveness on one hand to economic injustice and social callousness on the other. The prevailing thought urges a more efficient training of the individual, the increasing of the workman's opportunity to enlarge his personality through each day's work, the development of industrial democracy and justice, and a complete socialization program. Another set of problems concerning which applied sociology is endeavoring to find solutions relates to the family, feminism, marriage, divorce, and housing. Professor George Eliot Howard and Dr. Edward Westermark have traced the development of the family and marriage throughout human history. The primitive relationships between sexes have been described by many anthropological writers. A history of the American family has been written by A. W. Calhoun. Single-volume treatments of the family as a social institution have been made by Bosanquet and Goodsell. These works essentially agree that the family is an evolutionary product, that the primitive family centered about the mother and child, that patriarchalism introduced a high degree of masculine arbitrariness, and that the family is at present undergoing marked changes whereby the spirit of democracy is gaining ground. In the newfound spirit of freedom, woman has sometimes been captivated by the desire to follow man into all the man-made occupations. Sex nature predestines woman to the chief occupation or profession of all, that of motherhood. For woman to rush headlong after men into industry may turn out to be not liberty, but license and deterioration. Current social thought protests vigorously against the idea of women being household drudges, and also against women wasting their time in pluming themselves or in idling away their days in dolls' houses, supported dependence of men. Women are entitled to learn vocations and to live constructive lives, in an atmosphere of the largest possible freedom consistent with the development of themselves and the race. On the other hand, any movement which weakens the home as a societary training institution apparently defies the laws of social advance. The housing problem is provoking urgent thought. With the rise of large cities, the economic order favors exorbitant land values and extraordinarily high rents. The social increment goes into the hands of the few. The flat and apartment house life often favors pet bulldogs rather than children and decreases the efficiency of the home as a social institution. These untoward tendencies, furthermore, are being supplemented by an attitude of more or less helpless apathy on the part of the public. Another field of applied sociologic thought is represented by the terms race problems, immigration, and naturalization. These concepts are all outgrowths of the population concept, which has been treated in an earlier chapter. The human race with its common origin has subdivided and wandered into all the inhabitable parts of the globe. Climate, geography, and social environment have operated to make the race subdivisions distinct and discriminatory. Race pride and prejudice have raised impassable race barriers. In the United States, the leading race problem involves the Negroes. Booker T. Washington urged that if the Negro shows himself industrially efficient and morally worthy, the prejudice against him will disappear. W. E. B. Du Bois asks that the prejudice against the colored race by the white race be removed in order that the Negro may have a fair chance to show himself capable. The Southern white people declare that the colored people must be segregated on a lower plane than that occupied by the white race. Northern people assert that the trouble lies chiefly in an undemocratic attitude of Southern white people toward the colored race. Thus, the currents of thought concerning the Negro come into conflict, but without forming a common current of action. Another phase of the race problem is conveyed by the concept of hyphenated interests. The Americanization movement has assumed momentum because of the need for a more unified spirit within the nation. Although some of the promoters of Americanization have used autocratic means, the opinion is gaining ground that the transference of the loyalty of the immigrant from his home country to his adopted country can best be effected by treating the immigrant sympathetically and democratically in all his contacts industrial, social, political with the people of our land. The public health movement has acquired force because of the belief that only public and widespread action can remove many of the causes of disease. Tuberculosis, for example, is a disease that is caused by a microscopic germ which thrives and multiplies in the tissues of susceptible and weakened organisms. Tuberculosis and unsanitary housing conditions flourish together. The individual is often helpless, but the thought is now well grounded that public action can stamp out the breeding places of the tubercle bacilli and relieve the country of the white plague. An improved economic and educational status for the unskilled laborer and his family would also help to improve the health level of the country. Current social thought supports the contention that the real work of a physician is to keep people well rather than to cure them after they have fallen seriously ill. Preventive medicine and the public health movement are strongly urged by social technology. Another phase of applied sociology of current significance is indicated by the term community organization. The idea of this movement originated in the failure of people to develop a democratic consciousness. Community organization refers to attempts of communities to organize themselves for neighborhood efficiency. When a community organizes its own recreations and amusements, it functions in two important directions. 1. It supplants commercialized amusements, operated for profit and often on a socially destructive basis, by community recreation, maintained by the people themselves in socially constructive ways and at a minimum of expense. 2. In participating in and building up community enterprises such as community recreation, the people of the community develop a cooperative democratic consciousness. The problem of the use of leisure time is growing in proportion to the extent that the laboring classes are winning a shorter workday. In addition to community recreation, community health movements, community newspapers, community cooperative stores, community committees for securing needed legislation, and for breaking the force of economic monopoly are attracting widespread attention. The social unit and the block system of community service are terms which indicate variations of the community organization concept, originally a product of the need of meeting the leisure time problem constructively with the very important result of recreating democracy. Social technology has produced the survey. The social survey, being related in its origin to the census, is an accurate method of gathering social facts, not merely facts about the numbers of people, the acreage, and the amount of wealth, but the facts about the societary assets and liabilities of a city or community, and concerning the constructive and the destructive forces. By making surveys at regular intervals of 5 or 10-year periods, a community can determine the amount and direction of its own progress. The idea of a survey is similar to that of an inventory of a business house to find out the gains and losses, and to plan for the future according to the verdict of the inventory. In recent years, social casework has acquired an important rank in the field of applied sociology. Social reform deals with methods for improving the whole mass of individuals and for raising the level of the entire group. Social casework, on the other hand, stimulates individuals to improve the quality of their lives, to adjust themselves more adequately to their environment, and to transform their environments. Social casework insists that sound social reforms can be effected only on the basis of first-hand experiences with the needs of individuals who are the victims of social imperfections or their own shortcomings. Social work with individuals has provided a body of specific facts of first magnitude as a foundation for measures of social amelioration and progress. It has mirrored life which is under the harrow of circumstances. It has portrayed life where living conditions are harshest. Applied sociology represents methods of social attack. It furthers progress by planning for society on the basis of past societal experiences and current facts and tendencies. It fulfills the demands of social teleses. Chapter 25. The Rise of Educational Sociology. In recent decades, educational leaders have been thinking in sociological terms. In its experimental phases, educational sociology constitutes a phase of applied sociology. The principles of modern educational sociology have 1,000 sources. Pestalozzi, 1746–1827, may be considered a forerunner of current social theories of education. He was interested in humanity for humanity's sake. Like Saint Francis of Assisi, he lived with the poor in order that he might teach them to be thrifty and worthy citizens. In his Leonard and Gertrude, he described the life of the poor and formulated an educational procedure for educating the poor. He was a lover of little children, of poor people, of anyone in trouble, of all humanity. He spoke in dignified terms of the function of a good woman, no matter how humble her station in life. Her first duty is to educate her children and to meet the needs of her family. She has also obligations to her neighbors and community. Others, seeing her constructive work, will be inspired and motivated to do likewise. In opening an industrial school for the poor, Pestalozzi recognized that the poor have the least opportunities for development and the largest numbers of problems to solve. Therefore, they are in the greatest need of educational advantages. He held that all the phases of human personality should be trained, and that there should be a harmonious development of all human powers. Hence, education is the greatest gift that anyone, rich or poor, can receive. In urging that the child should be educated in company with other children, that is, in groups, he took an attitude superior to that of Rousseau, but presaging that of Froebel. Froebel, 1780–1852, the founder of the kindergarten, considered little children as plants in a garden. He recognized the educative importance of the early years of life. He perceived the possibilities of teaching through the use of plays and games. He understood the interests of little children. His most important conception, perhaps, was his recognition of the gregarious impulses as an effective setting for the educative processes. While neo-Froebelians have sometimes turned all work into play and have neglected to train the child in doing some things in which he is not interested at the particular time, the utilization of the gregarious and play impulses as vital backgrounds for education is not unworthy. The evils in this connection are no greater than when the Montessori method is followed, with its emphasis upon a maximum of individual choice. In Horace Mann, 1796–1859, American education found a new social emphasis. Education in a democracy, according to Mann, should be public and open equally to all classes of people. Moreover, in a democracy, education is not a mere acquisition of knowledge. It is not concealed in college degrees as such. It is not aristocratic. It was Mann's contention that education should be an actual training for rearing worthy families, for living an unselfish social life, for being a public-spirited citizen in one's daily activities. Mann asserted that the common school is the bulwark of the nation. He believed that education should encourage true religion. He inaugurated the normal training school in support of his theory of specially trained teachers. His social philosophy is contained in a statement from his last public address: "Be ashamed to die until you have won a victory for humanity." During the intervening decades since the days of Horace Mann, the social conception of education has been assuming new practical phases. Professor John Dewey has pointed out that all communication is education, that the terms common, community, and communication possess more than a verbal relationship. Anything is educative which produces similar emotional and intellectual dispositions, that is, like ways of responding to stimuli. Societal life, hence, is unusually educative. Education consists of processes of self-development, of self-continuation, of social continuation. These processes are possible only on bases of common means of communication. It is these means, as Professor C. H. Cooley has indicated, which make even the powerful factors of suggestion and imitation so universal. It is not the environment which directly implants certain desires in individuals. The environment sets up conditions which stimulate certain ways of acting. The child gets a real idea of a hat, not by seeing a hat or by being told of its uses, but by actually using a hat. The social environment, in other words, forms the mental and emotional disposition of behavior in individuals by engaging them in activities that arouse various impulses, purposes, and produces certain consequences. As society becomes exceedingly complex, it is essential that society provide a simplified social environment through which the child may pass, in order that he may adjust himself the more quickly and easily to the complex societal environment. To this end, the school serves a valuable purpose. However, in order to function best, the school must be a replica in as many ways as possible of real society. The special social environment, namely, the school, must simplify and arrange in an orderly way the dispositional factors it wishes to develop in children. It must present the existing social customs in purified and idealized forms. It must create a wider and better balanced environment for the young than they would have if they were not in school. Imitation, to Dr. Dewey, is a less useful term than many social psychologists believe. What objectively is a process of imitation is subjectively a process of like response to like stimuli. The term imitation does not explain, it simply describes objectively. The fundamental fact that the sociological student needs to keep in mind is that persons being alike in structure respond in the same way to like stimuli. This conception is similar to ideas that Professors Giddings and Cooley have elaborated. The societal significance of this interpretation can be stated best in terms of social control. The highest type of social control is that which plans for a common mental disposition, a common way of understanding objects, events, and acts, common sets of socially constructive stimuli. Professor Dewey argues for a school life which fully connects theory and practice. While pragmatic, he emphasizes the necessity for a correct theory, but more particularly the combining of theory and practice in the school life itself. In other words, anything which sets school life apart from actual life is a disutility. It is educationally harmful. Hence, school life must include the actual occupations, nature study, and the like. It must relegate formal education to a secondary position. The moral atmosphere of the schoolroom must change from one primarily of discipline, even formal discipline, to one of cooperation. School life, in other terms, is properly an embryonic community life. It is the business of the school to train each child into membership of a little community that is a counterpart of society at large, saturating him with the spirit of service and providing him with the instruments of effective self-direction. Professor Dewey would make the school a miniature society, fitting its members by their daily activities in the schools for normal membership in a larger society which is worthy, lovely, and harmonious. The literature on educational sociology is growing rapidly. Within recent years, several books on educational sociology have appeared. In the list of the authors of these works are the names of O'Shea, Snedden, Smith, King, Clow, Betts, Dutton, and others of equal importance. Professor Walter R. Smith, for example, in applying sociological principles to educational work, contends that normal school graduates have been taught to look to psychology alone for the key to sound pedagogy, whereas sociology is perhaps an equally important key to effective teaching. Education is not entirely a matter of training the mind of the individual. It is also a process of acquainting the individual with the needs of society and of helping him to participate in improving the quality of societary life. Dr. Smith urges training not for citizenship, but training into citizenship. Inasmuch as men and women live and develop and work as members of groups, it is vital, according to Dr. Sneddon, that children be taught as integral units of group life. It is sociology that must determine the aims of education. By sociological standards, it has been proved that existing curricula in the United States are excessively individualistic in aim as well as in method. Their purpose has been to encourage the individual to win against, rather than with, his fellows. Our curricula provide self-culture studies and self-development studies, but few social culture and social development studies. The former are indispensable, but if not properly balanced by the latter, they are positively dangerous. The responsibilities of individuals for collective thinking and acting have never been taught to any degree in the schools. And yet these responsibilities, not only in time of war, but increasingly so in time of peace, must be assumed widely, else democracy itself will collapse. By training pupils in the principles of individual success primarily, the schools have turned out a generation of persons who are unready to meet the new world problems that are at hand, and who are unable to promote constructive programs making for international cooperation and friendliness. Custom, not social needs, has too often controlled school curricula. The Anabasis and Caesar's commentaries, although splendid bits of literary composition, are about as significant to the realities of a 19th or 20th century as bows and arrows would be in modern warfare, or Roman galleys in the naval contests of tomorrow. The study of forgotten tongues and antiquated fragments of literature falls far short of training 20th century youths for the conscious cooperative direction of the social forces of the future. Vocational education is not all sufficient. Youth must be taught to be socially and morally efficient no less than physically and vocationally. In addition to the current emphasis upon vocational education, attention must be given to a moral education in the schools that can produce in individuals the moral character required to meet the needs of a highly developed democracy. Educational sociology has viewed with alarm certain recent tendencies in vocational guidance. It has supported heartily the plans for giving every child an occupational training and of enabling him to earn his own living. On the other hand, it has deplored the idea that a vocation or earning a living is an end in itself. It has insisted that the main reason for teaching a boy a trade is that the boy may have a larger opportunity for developing his personality and for serving society. Likewise, educational sociology has often looked askance at scientific management, or the movement for educating all working men to the point of highest productive efficiency. Such a training has frequently produced a maximum increase in profits for those who have promoted it and a minimum of increase in wages for the workers, besides tending to turn the latter into mere machines, instead of into human leaders with increased capacities for enjoyment and spiritual service. The studies in all school curricula must be evaluated in terms of social worth. For example, what is the purpose of teaching history? Is it to give the pupil a chronology of dates and a catalogue of ignoble kings and bloody battles, or is it to give the pupil the meaning of social evolution, social progress, social inheritances, the rise of social needs? Educational sociology holds the theory that training for unselfish social living is as important as training for individual pecuniary success. It is engaged at the present time in working out techniques for introducing every member of the public schools to the sociological viewpoint. The names under which such techniques appear is immaterial, whether as community civics, American history studies, elementary social science, or elementary sociology. The next few decades will undoubtedly be marked by the rapid spread of educational sociology. Chapter 26. The Sociology of Modern Christianity. In a foregoing chapter, the invaluable contribution of the Hebrews to social thought was presented. The attack of the prophets on social injustice was the outstanding feature. In another chapter, the emphasis by Jesus upon love as a dynamic societal principle was described. In the centuries which followed the beginning of the Christian era, the Church apotheosized beliefs, creeds, dogmas. Near the close of the 19th century, a renaissance of the social teachings of Jesus occurred. The trio of writers who brought forward the social ideals of Christianity in a new, positive, and stimulating way in the closing decades of the last century were Washington Gladden, Josiah Strong, and Richard T. Ely. All three of these men began about 1885 to discuss in print the social content of Christianity. These men had been aroused by the apparent impotence of the Christian church in face of the increasing power of capitalism. While many church leaders allowed themselves to be carried along in the powerful arms of capitalism, there were a few who perceived the wreck of human lives that was often left in the wake of the capitalistic movement. These individuals, while not blind to the social values of capitalism, were in touch with the laboring man, and by these contacts caught the social need of the hour. In this social crisis, they heard the still, small voice coming down through the centuries, even the voice of Jesus as he spoke in behalf of the poor and outcast. It was Washington Gladden who startled and even angered the world of religious and economic thought by protesting against the acceptance of tainted money. By this term, he referred to money which had been made under a capitalistic system at the expense of the lives of men, women, and little children in the industrial processes. Dr. Gladden weathered the storm of protest and gave the capitalistic world a new concept which, while it aroused anger, also brought introspection and a new type of social conscience into the lives of many Christians. It was Dr. Gladden's contention that employer and employee ought to be friends because they are so closely associated. It is a very large part of the business of the employer to maintain sympathetic relations between himself and his employees. If the businessman will not let his fellow men share in his prosperity, he will become in spite of himself a sharer in their adversity. The attitude of Dr. Gladden toward the acceptance of railway passes by the clergy attracted widespread attention. He came to the conclusion that a railroad company is bound to render an equal service to all the people. Its business is not to show special favors to the representatives of either religion or charity. What it has no right to give me, I have no right to take, and for several years I have not taken it. I pay the regular fare as all my neighbors do or ought. Dr. Gladden urged the abolition of city slums by governmental action. Inasmuch as slums are rife with moral miasmas and are breeding places of pauperism and crime, the city has the same right to abate such curses as to drain a morass. Moreover, individuals ought to have no property rights in premises which breed death and engender vice. When they have proved that they lack the power to keep their property from falling into such conditions, their property must be summarily taken away from them. Without minimizing the importance of conflict as a principle of social progress, Dr. Gladden stressed the concept of cooperation. For example, in industrial matters, he advocated the idea of a true trades union, the union of employers and employed of guiding brains and willing hands all watchful of each other's interests, seeking each other's welfare, working for the common good. In his well-known treatise on social salvation, Dr. Gladden asserts that, in order to be soundly converted, an individual must comprehend his social relationships and strive to fulfill them, as well as set up right relationships with God. Sanctification consists in fulfilling one's social as well as one's divine privileges, and in living according to the needs of human society as well as according to the needs of the human soul. An individual can no more be a Christian by himself than he can sing an oratorio alone. It is no purely social gospel that Dr. Gladden taught. He was correct in protesting against the attitude of certain reformers who hold that changing the environment is all sufficient. It is possible to go too far in removing temptations from the pathway of men. It would be unwise to neglect the problem of equipping men to resist temptation, and hence to weaken the sense of moral responsibility. In the field of practical social reform, Dr. Josiah Strong did effective work. He also reinterpreted the social principles of Jesus and boldly proclaimed the spirit of love as the cardinal principle for the organization of human society. He indicated that people have stressed properly the importance of believing the truth, but underestimated the importance of living the truth. He protested against the tendency to separate the sacred and the secular, and to divorce doctrine from conduct. He believed that the prevailing religious tendency to neglect the sacred commandment of loving one's neighbor as oneself has led to a selfish individualism on the part of many religious people. The contributions to social thought by Gladden and Strong were ably supported by the social ideas of Richard T. Ely. Professor Ely remonstrated against the tendency of many church people to think that they can serve God without devoting their lives to their fellow men. He made vivid the complaint of American workingmen that church membership on the part of employers and landlords does not necessarily ensure just and considerate treatment of employees and tenants. Professor Ely insisted that it is as holy a work to lead a crusade against filth, vice, and disease in slums of cities, and to seek the abolition of the disgraceful tenement houses of American cities, as it is to send missionaries to the heathen. The pioneer work of Gladden, Strong, Ely, and others in rejuvenating the social meaning of Christianity in the closing years of the 19th century has been carried forward in the present century by a host of able writers. The list includes the names of well-known socio-religious thinkers such as Peabody, Matthews, Rauschenbusch, Batten Ward, Atkinson, Ryan, Stelzl, and Taylor. Special attention will be given to the contributions of Rauschenbusch and Ward, because each has been a storm center in socio-religious matters. In his Christianity and the Social Crisis, Professor Rauschenbusch gave a brief history of Christianity and its Hebrew antecedents, showing first that the essential purpose of Christianity was to transform human society into the kingdom of God by regenerating all human relations and reconstituting them in accordance with the will of God. He then raised the question, why has Christianity not undertaken the work of social reconstruction? He believed that if the church were to direct its full available force against any social wrong, probably nothing could withstand it. Despite the fact that Christianity has played a leading part in lifting woman to equality and companionship with men, in changing parental despotism to parental service, in eliminating unnatural vice, in abolishing slavery, in covering all lands with a network of charities, in fostering institutions of learning, in aiding the progress of civil liberty and social justice, in diffusing a softening tenderness throughout human life, in taming selfishness, and in creating a resolute sense of duty. It has not yet undertaken a reconstruction of society on a Christian basis. It has been engaged in suppressing some of the most glaring evils in the social system of the time. Dr. Rauschenbusch pointed out several historical factors which have prevented Christianity from entering upon a program of reconstructing society, many of which no longer obtain. These hindering factors have been 1. The moral resentment of the classes whose interests are endangered by a moral campaign. 2. The belief in the immediate return of Christ, which precluded a long outlook. 3. The primitive attitude of fear and distrust toward the state. 4. The otherworldliness of Christian desire. 5. The ascetic and monastic ideals. 6. Ceremonialism. 7. Dogmatism. 8. The monarchical organization of the Church. 9. An absence of the intellectual prerequisites for social reconstruction. To the extent that Christianity is no longer hampered by these characteristics, it is ready to undertake the task of making over society. The main danger in the present crisis, which demands the attention of social Christianity, was found by Professor Rauschenbusch in the autocratic, unjust phases of capitalism, with its somewhat undemocratic wage system. To this expression of autocracy, there is a threefold class reaction. First, there are those classes which are in practical control of wealth. They have no reformatory program. They are anxious to maintain the present social order intact. Second, there are the middle social classes, which, sharing partially in the advantages of the present social adjustment, are also chafing under social grievances which their ideals do not allow them to attack vigorously. They want reform work by peaceful and gradual methods. Third, there are the disinherited classes, which see a widening chasm between themselves and the wealthy, a chasm that only a revolutionary lift can carry them across. It is around the condition and attitudes of the masses that the social crisis revolves. This social attitude is like a tank of gasoline, which by a single explosion will blow a car sky high, or which, by a series of little explosions, will push a car to the top of a mountain. Which process does Christianity wish to further? If the latter, then Christianity must socialize first the attitude of the classes of wealth and social power. Unfortunately, wealth often grows stronger than the man who owns it. It may own him and rob him of his moral and spiritual freedom. Can Christianity dissolve this dilemma? The principle that a Christian should seek an ascetic departure from the world of life and work is no longer acceptable. He has two other possibilities. He can either condemn the world and try to improve it, or tolerate it and gradually be conformed to it. By these sharply drawn alternatives, Professor Rauschenbusch awoke the Christian world. While many Christians did not believe that the situation was as crucial as thus depicted, they nevertheless were jarred from a state of moral lethargy. As a pastor for 11 years among the working people of New York City, Dr. Rauschenbusch learned to understand the heart throbs and yearnings of the masses, and dedicated his life through Christian service to easing the pressure upon the working classes and to increasing the forces that bear them up. He saw the solution of the social problem in a Christian socialism that would destroy the autocracy of wealth and establish a democratic form of industrial relationships. He believed in the social or public ownership of the natural resources of the earth. It is preposterous to think that an individual or a corporation can have absolute ownership in a vein of coal or copper. A mining company owns the holes in the ground, for it made the holes. It does not own the coal, for it did not make the coal. The coal is the gift of God and belongs to the people. Another difficulty is found in the fact that business methods and the principles of Christianity have always been at strife. Individuals are struggling to get the better of their fellows. This tendency has been institutionalized in the form of business enterprise. Private persons have been permitted to put their thumbs where they can constrict the lifeblood of the nation at will. Christianity, on the other hand, lauds the principle of unselfish service and of ranking the individual as the greatest who gives most. Christianity is awakening to its gigantic task of stopping the nation on its headlong ride on the road of covetousness. It is in this connection that Professor Rauschenbusch has made famous the phrase, Christianizing the social order. This term means bringing the social order into harmony with the ethical convictions which are identified with Christ. Such a program involves attacking the last entrenchment of autocracy, namely, in business and Christianizing business. The struggle is already on. In many of the phases of the conflict, capitalism is swallowing up Christianity. The church becomes traditional, narrowly ecclesiastical, dogmatic, opposing science and democracy. Where capitalism is strongest, the churches as virile social forces are weakest. In reply to the often repeated charge that socialized Christianity is no Christianity at all, Professor Rauschenbusch shows that personal religion, instead of being defeated by a socialized religion, will gain strength and be able to present a much stronger appeal than it now does. The advocate of the social teachings of Jesus is not attacking personal religion, but rather endeavoring to give personal religion a new dynamic, especially in those phases of modern life where personal religion has lost most of its appeal. The opponents of social Christianity cannot afford to neglect the fact that the often one-sided, mechanical, and superficial gospel and methods of evangelism have created a religious apathy, if not a definite reaction against religion. It is blind foolishness to try to fence out the new social spirit from Christianity, instead of letting it fuse with the older religious faith, and create a new total that will be completer and more Christian than the old religious individualism at its best. Dr. Rauschenbusch insisted that there must be a Christianizing of international relations, that individuals must be taught to see the sinfulness of the present social order, and that the popular conception of God must be democratized. He reinterpreted the organic unity of human society, asserting that when one man sins, other men suffer, and that when one class sins, other classes bear a part of the suffering. In 1908, the Federal Council of the Churches of Christ in America was organized at Philadelphia. The council adopted with slight modifications the resolutions which some months earlier had been accepted by the General Conference of the Methodist Episcopal Church, North, and which Reverend Harry F. Ward and others had drawn up. This Bill of Rights, as the resolutions have been called, imposed upon the members of the more than 30 Protestant denominations the duty of obtaining industrial justice for the cause of labor. It spoke for 1, the principle of arbitration in industrial dissensions, 2, the adequate protection of workers in hazardous trades, 3, the abolition of child labor, 4, the safeguarding of physical and moral health of women in industry, 5, the suppression of the sweating system, 6, the reduction of the hours of labor to the lowest practicable point, 7, a living wage in all industries, 8, 1 day of rest in 7 for all workers, 9, the most equitable division of the products of industry that can ultimately be devised, 10, suitable provisions for old age or disability of workers, and 11, the abatement of poverty. At the meeting of the Federal Council of the Churches of Christ in America at a special meeting held at Cleveland, Ohio, May 6-8, 1919, the foregoing platform was reaffirmed. And in addition, as a means of meeting the needs of the Reconstruction days following the World War, the following notable resolutions were adopted. The Council declared not only that labor is entitled to an equitable share in the profits of industry, but took the new step of expressing the belief that labor is entitled also to an equitable share in the management of industry. The sharing of shop control and management is an inevitable step in the attainment of an ordered and constructive democracy in industry. The Council asserted that the first charge upon industry should be wages sufficient to support an American standard of living. In 1919, the Committee on Special War Activities of the National Catholic War Council published a brief but important document on social reconstruction. In this pamphlet, the defects of the capitalistic system of industry are declared to be enormous inefficiency and waste in the production and distribution of commodities, insufficient incomes for the great majority of wage earners, and unnecessarily large incomes for a small minority of privileged capitalists. The committee urged that employees shall exercise a reasonable share in the management of industrial enterprises, and that the state should inaugurate comprehensive provisions for health insurance and old age insurance. It recognized that the true line of progress is in the direction of cooperative production and of co-partnership arrangements. In the former, the workers own and manage the industries themselves. In the latter, they own a substantial part of the corporate stock and exercise a reasonable share in the management. The Catholic pronunciamento demands that the spirit of both labor and capital be reformed. The laborer must give up the desire of a maximum of return for a minimum of service. He must remember that he owes society an honest day's work for a fair wage. On the other hand, the capitalist must learn that wealth is not possession, but stewardship, and that profit-making is not the basic justification of business enterprise. Inasmuch as the Reverend Harry F. Ward has written more extensively on social Christianity than any other person, save Rauschenbusch, and has created widespread and heart-searching discussions, his contributions to socio-religious thought will be considered next. Dr. Ward does not believe in social service as a bait for drawing people into the church. He objects to bribing people in order to get them into an evangelistic meeting. To him, social service is a natural phase of religion, expressing itself freely and without sinuous designs. In his estimation, soup kitchens are not to be established as a means of enticing the laboring man inside the church walls, but as an unselfish expression of the Christian's desire to be true to the Christ spirit. Social service is not a selfish program, on the part of the church, for increasing its membership. It is as natural to Christianity as personal evangelism, and equally intrinsic and vital. It has one more than national recognition. While it is radical in the eyes of the conservative, it contains an analysis of social conditions that many of its critics have not appreciated. It breathes a sincerity and a straightforwardness that compels the fair-minded reader to give heed. Slavery was rejected as the economic basis of civilization, and monarchy has recently been rejected as the political basis. In each instance, the world came to a junction where idealistic impulse overthrew entrenched power. It is Dr. Ward's contention that the world is now reaching a similar junction point, a point where idealistic impulse will dethrone the autocracy in capitalism. The idealistic impulse, to which reference has been made in the foregoing lines, is germinal in the teachings of Jesus. With prophetic vision, more organized than the vision of Amos, Hosea, Isaiah, but equally sincere and fearless, Dr. Ward points out the principles of the new social order which he believes are almost upon the world. He then describes the various factors which are struggling each in its own way to inaugurate the new order. The 5 principles of the new social order are equality, universal service, efficiency, the supremacy of personality, and solidarity. 1. Equality is the old word which won attention in the American and French revolutions. It grew out of the theory of natural rights which was discussed in Chapter 11. The American emphasis on the principle of equality is shown in the admiration that is accorded the achievements of energy and toil. in the common struggle for more wealth and luxury, in foreign missionary activities, in the rise of the democratic conscience and the idealistic impulses of the people. On the other hand, the principle of equality is being violated when, instead of trying to remove the natural inequalities among folks, we increase them by giving special privileges to the strong as the reward of their strength. The United States is at the crossroads. One highway is characterized by luxury and extravagance on one side, and by poverty and slavery on the other. It leads to revolutionary attempts on the part of the masses to overthrow the privileged classes. It ends in national decadence. The second highway is characterized by justice. Those in economic authority are willing to grant representation to labor in the management of industry and to further the rise of the cooperative spirit. They are willing to sacrifice their own special privileges for the sake of the welfare of the disinherited. The intellectuals of the middle class hold vast power. In crises, they usually join the privileged classes rather than the masses, and hence, their influence often swings to the side of injustice. 2. Universal service is the principle of equal obligation. Equal rights, by itself, may mean equal rights to cheat, to exploit. It needs to be checked by its complement of equal obligation. During the World War, there was a frequent demonstration of the principle of universal service. "We are engaged in helping the boys at the front" became the slogan. At the front, as well as in the hometowns and cities, wealthy and poor, capital and labor served together. The end of the war gave prominence to this question. Will the universal service idea spread, or will it be discarded? Will industry go back to the unashamed pursuit of private gain? Dr. Ward makes a careful distinction between the service of democratic mutual helpfulness and the service of a governing class, no matter how excellent. It is a low type of service which grants Christmas dinners to the poor with the result that the poor are thereby made contented with their lot in life. 3. Efficiency is a term which is the product of the mechanical era, which originated in the business world, and which is now being applied to all phases of social organization. Its aim is perfection in social mechanics. Social efficiency includes not only social engineering, but social knowledge, social philosophy, social ethics, and social religion. Evidences of social inefficiency are common. For example, the failure to use and apply the social knowledge that we have, and the loss of energy through an overemphasis on competition. Democracy will never be able to succeed merely because of its splendid ethical ideals. The need is for an efficiency in government that is scientific and not simply a business efficiency. Scientific efficiency includes the spirit of service to the common interest by which alone democracy can live. 4. The supremacy of personality is a principle of life that conflicts today with the current emphasis on economic efficiency. It is because the latter is so often reckless of human values that the new social order will stress the development of things of the spirit rather than material goods. Even business must practice this ideal. The World War raised the estimate which the common people put on their own lives. But the ultimate result will depend on whether or not people took part in the war voluntarily and conscious of high moral purposes, and whether or not the peace which follows shall bring a new world organization that conserves all the advances in human living that have thus far been made. Institutions possess an inherent fallibility. They tend to become mechanical and repressive, even those dedicated to high purposes, such as institutions of democracy, of education, and of religion. The supreme object of any social institution and organization, no matter in what field it may exist, should be the increase of personality. 5. The new social order will be governed by a sense of solidarity, that is, by a community of feeling and thought which arises when individuals associate together in working for a common end. World solidarity will come when all peoples learn to work together for public welfare and subordinate all selfish desires to this end. Christianity is moving in this direction when it advances the concept of comradeship of all men with each other and with the great companion, when it gradually unfolds the idea of a unified world life, when it applies its doctrines of brotherhood of man to the relations of the employer and employee, or to the relations of white and black races, when it seeks the democratic solidarity of the human race rather than the imperialistic solidarity of an overhead religious control, when it endeavors to spread love and faith rather than to spread dogmas and promote organizations. Class cleavage, nationalism as distinct from nationality, race prejudice, ignorance, and selfishness are the main opponents of the world brotherhood principle. Dr. Ward, having defined what he considers the chief principles that will govern the new social order, proceeds to measure current movements by certain standards. He reviews the declarations of the British Labour Party, the Russian Soviet Republic, the League of Nations, and the labor movements in the United States. These tendencies are all expressions of a more or less blind desire for justice. In all countries of the world, the masses are restless, stirring, and experiencing a keen sense of injustice. Their leaders are struggling, unscientifically as a rule, toward the light of a new day of democracy. The trend which this struggle takes depends on the given social environment and the attitude of the persons in authority. If undue repression and autocracy are exercised for a long period of time, as in Russia under the Tsars, revolution is the only means of escape open to the masses. Schooled for a long time under the lash of autocracy, when they themselves come into control, they will use the only means of control that they know, the lash of autocracy. The British Labour Party is moving in the direction of guild socialism, which includes the organization of industry into large units, in charge of the workers, and relatively free from the rule of the politicians. The national government is to have a general oversight over the large industrial units. As immediate steps in this direction, the Labour Party demands the nationalization of the railroads, mines, and of the production of electric power. Municipalities participate in the common ownership program. The method of transformation is to be gradual, largely based on political action. In regard to the League of Nations Covenant, which was agreed upon in Paris in 1919, Dr. Ward takes a negative attitude. Although he believes firmly in an organization of goodwill, in international friendship, and in world solidarity upon democratic bases, he asserts stoutly that the Paris Covenant is a symbol of the sacred right of private property, that it provided for an international organization of capitalism with all the force of powerful national governments behind it, that it represented a series of compromises between nationally selfish units, that it was an expression of the wishes of the rulers of the democratic states, who are essentially of the same moral caliber as the ruling class of imperialistic militarism, and bear a similar sinister relationship to the future welfare of the common folk. The weakness of Dr. Ward's treatment of the programs for the new social order is that it discusses almost entirely programs, platforms, ideals, without considering the relations between the programs and the actual practices of the various organizations. In contrasting the best phases, for example, of the British Labour Party with the worst phases of capitalism, an incomplete picture is given. However, this weakness in method need not obscure the strength of thought which Dr. Ward displays. Some of the most thought-provoking deductions are: 1. That individualistic Christianity is losing ground. 2. That the middle class is becoming a class of privilege. 3. That the intellectuals of the middle class, while keenly aware of the evils in the capitalistic system, are so much indebted to that system that they would consider themselves ingrates if they spoke out against it, or they are simply afraid to speak out. 4. That jails and machine guns will not stop the laboring classes in appealing for a democratic reorganization of industry, but will rather hasten revolutions, with resultant dictatorships of the proletariat. 5. That capitalism is passing, as it is bound to do, because it is organized selfishness. Its fundamental principle is wrong. 6. That political democracy is fighting for its life today, being attacked on the one flank by economic imperialism and on the other by the dictatorship of the proletariat. 7. That unless the struggle can be ended by a process of reason and orderly progress, the world is doomed to devastation by universal conflict. 8. That the goal of social development is, in broad terms, a fraternal world community, the great loving family of mankind, knit together by common needs, but most of all by loyalty to common ideals, and by the power of its common love efficiently directing and controlling its common life. An important question arises: how shall the social teachings of Jesus become widely taught? Evangelistic Christianity, with its personal emphasis, cannot be expected adequately to carry the social message. Preachers, theologically trained, are bound to give the social phases of Christianity a secondary place. In recent years, however, a movement known as religious education has been acquiring momentum. Moreover, a social theory of religious education has been formulated. In this connection, Dr. George Albert Coe has perhaps done the most significant work. Our life, Dr. Coe believes, gets its largest meaning not from the fact of individual self-consciousness alone, but from the equally important fact that life is social. Without a belief in social consciousness, an endless existence after death, in terms of self-consciousness primarily, would be meaningless and probably valueless. Religion must solve the problem of establishing a kingdom of heaven on earth, and also train its votaries for a societal life in heaven. The latter problem will be met easily when the former is solved. It is well illustrated by the young Christian lady from Virginia who asked, "Won't there have to be a separate heaven for Negroes, since we hate them so here?" In other words, will there not have to be 1,000 or 1,000,000 heavens in order to accommodate happily all the antagonistic Christian groups now on earth? How can the Protestant Ulstermen and Catholic Irishmen live together lovingly in heaven? The problem goes back to solving the social implications of Christianity in earthly relationships. The social aims of Christian education, according to Dr. Coe, are as follows. 1. Social welfare, or the control of the non-human environment in the interest of human life. 2. Social justice, or the inauguration of fair play in all the dealings of every individual, no matter how strong and shrewd, with every other individual, no matter how weak and ignorant. 3. A world society, or the promotion of a code of conduct that leads to the integration of all peoples into a single democratically governed mankind. Nationalism must melt into a larger regard for human beings, and that which is a climactic expression of the selfishness, that is to say the injustice that is organized in our legal systems and our national sovereignties, must be revealed to all, even in the Sunday schools. The implications of a sound social theory of religious education are met by the religious doctrine of personal fellowship between God and man, and between man and man. By a reorganization of the Church as a religious institution in a way which shall put religious education on as scientific a basis as the ordinary day school education. And by training the church school pupils in the principles of social justice, cooperation, and love, as well as in matters pertaining to personal salvation. Another current development is the Religious Social Service Director. For some time, the Religious Education Director has been a recognized force in church work. The Social Service Director in church life is coming into the foreground, bearing the responsibility of working out social welfare programs for the church services, directing the training of the membership in volunteer social work, inaugurating religious social surveys, in fact, carrying the social message of the church into all the church activities. The social service activities of the church have often been used as a net for catching the churchless. Social service as a bribe, however, will fail. Genuine religious social service is that which emanates naturally and easily from the lives of the church members and of the church itself, asking no pay and possessing no sinuous ends. The church that inaugurates a social program for building up the family life, the play life, the moral life, the economic life, as well as the religious life, in the community in which it is located, most truly represents a socialized church. The church, however, that uses its social welfare program merely in order to build itself up, fails to understand the social calling as a religious institution. The social thought of the Hebrews revolved about the idea of social justice, of Jesus about the concept of active love, and of modern Christianity, at its best, about an unselfish social program for bringing about a just, cooperative, and harmonious life, ranging in its operation from the individual in his family and local community life to the individual as a functioning unit in a New World society. Chapter 27. Methods of Sociological Investigation. In any line of thought or endeavor, a correct method of procedure is all-important. Inaccurate theories of procedure have wrecked nations, hindered civilization for centuries at a time, and flooded the world with negative and harmful ideas. It will be worthwhile, therefore, to consider the methods by which sociology has advanced. The ancient makers of social proverbs crystallized what they had individually observed many times to be true, or what they had heard repeated on many occasions as being true. Such methods were based on observation and generalization, carelessly used. Moreover, the data at the command of the makers of social proverbs were very limited. The Hebrew prophets, fired by exalted ideas concerning the nature of Jehovah, insisted upon a practical application of these ideas to the daily life of the people of their time. When they perceived that the actions and living conditions of the people fell far below the implications of the pattern ideas for which the name of Jehovah stood, they vehemently proclaimed definite social ideals and condemned all who hindered the realization of these ideals. This method of creating social thought is noteworthy because of the religious dynamic behind it and because of the social pattern ideas which it produced. Plato and Aristotle were pioneer social philosophers who took cosmic views of life. One followed the method of abstract reasoning and centered his thought in a world of ideas. The other viewed life pragmatically, employing a method of empirical tests. While sociology will always have a place for methods which interpret the daily facts of individual and social experience in their relationships to the whole human society and to the universe, it will insist that as large a body of societary data as possible be gathered together before philosophic sociology speaks positively. In the teachings of Jesus, a rare insight to human nature is manifested. Jesus studied individuals as individuals and, perceiving their selfish natures, proclaimed a remedy in an inner transformation through consecration to objective factors, such as persons and ideals. Jesus was peculiarly happy in his method of moving among all classes of people, of studying their needs, and of testing in practice his social principles. While his acquaintance with human life was limited to small groups of one race, he sought universal as well as particular human tendencies. His method included an absolutely unselfish spirit, a search for the truth, a broad viewpoint, all of which are thoroughly scientific. The Utopia of Sir Thomas More, preceded to be sure by Plato's Republic, introduced another social thought method. The utopian formula consists in setting forth a set of ideals which presumably are distinctly in advance of current standards. The method of arriving at utopian ideas is largely through the use of the imagination. Standards are postulated so far in advance of current conditions as to make them of little value. Utopian social thought, however, does have some scientific merit. The imagination may be used in revealing reality to otherwise blind individuals. A utopian thought may startle a selfish individual out of a part of his selfishness. A utopian idea possesses the power which is inherent in indirect suggestion. It may arouse without antagonizing. In the approach to the social question, through an analysis of the natural rights of the individual, the 17th and 18th social writers fell into a deductive and a priori procedure which led them far astray. Like the theory of individual rights, the correlative doctrine of the social contract contained more error than truth. The method of positivism, ordinarily connected with the writings of Kant, essayed a scientific approach to the social question. It insisted upon accuracy, induction, and a right emphasis upon sequence and coexistence. But positivism, even in the hands of its exponents, became deductive and philosophically. It promised well scientifically, but fell into nearly all the errors which it condemned. It was, however, a factor in producing the 19th century humanitarianism. The organic analogy method of studying human society attracted widespread attention, appealed strongly to the imagination even of scholars, but resulted in findings of negligible value. The parallelisms between an organism and society proved to be scientifically valueless, except as they revealed some of the connections between organic evolution and social evolution. They created a considerable vocabulary of biosocial terminology, which has been more of a hindrance than a help in social thinking. The psychical approach to the study of societary life, introduced by Lester F. Ward and made scientific by the findings of inductive and behavioristic psychology, has proved thus far to be the best method of understanding the social process and of arriving at a statement of sociological laws. This method has revealed human life as a series of social conflicts and cooperations, and of forms of social control designed to regulate individuals for selfish and unselfish group purposes. An explanation of the more important phases of the psychical methodology has been presented in several chapters of this volume. The individual rights doctrine, the social contract theories, the concept of positivism, and the organic analogies belong to the unscientific age in sociological methodology. In the main, these sets of social theories were philosophically, deductive, a priori, and argumentative. They were based chiefly on opinions, positivism alone leaning to observation and induction, but failing to live up to its promises. On the other hand, recent decades have been marked by the rise of scientific methods in sociology. Attention has been centered on the social process, and particularly on the psychical processes of which the social process is an elaboration. Although he possessed an entirely inadequate knowledge of psychology, Lester F. Ward laid the foundations of modern sociology when he insisted that society is a psychical affair, capable of mastering itself. As a result of this contribution to method, not by a psychologist, but by a paleontologist, social thought moved forward into the field of scientific sociology. There are many writers who would class Ward with the prescientific contributors to sociological thought. His methods, it is true, were largely deductive. His psychology was seriously faulty. His philosophy was inefficient. Nevertheless, he pointed the way for sociologists so clearly that in this treatise his work has been considered as giving the trend to recent sociology, rather than as being the last word of discredited types of social thought. Then there are other types of sociological methodology of which mention should be made, notably the statistical and the classificatory procedures. The statistical approach had its origin in the early census. There are evidences that rulers and kings, at least 2 or 3 millenniums before Christ, had enumerations of their subjects made. In connection with poor law administration, people as early as the Roman era were counted. But it was not until the 18th century that statistics became scientific, with statistical laws drawn from a study of tabulated facts. Quetelet gives 1820 as the birth year of statistical science. It was Frederick William I of Prussia who is reported to have had an enumeration made of occupational facts, and Frederick the Great with having established a system for making regular statistical studies of population. It is said that early in the 18th century, the University of Jena began to offer courses in statistics. In England, in the latter part of the 17th century, Captain John Graunt is credited with applying methods of counting, measurement, and induction to the births and deaths in London. His studies were referred to as political arithmetic and were a forerunner of the current investigations in vital statistics. Malthus made use of statistical methods in his work, 1798, on population changes. Quetelet, 1796-1874, is usually considered the founder of statistical science. He not only applied the method of counting to the study of the members of human society, the census method in its common form, but he tried to get at the problem of causation and to indicate rules of procedure for making causal studies in statistics. Although this celebrated Belgian statistician tabulated and analyzed facts ranging from the astronomical to the societary fields, his ideas can be mentioned here only so far as they contribute to the subject of social thought. Quetelet pointed out certain of the pitfalls in the way of gathering accurate data. He improved the methods of census taking and undertook the difficult tasks that are involved in qualitative human studies. Among the results of Quetelet's work, the concept of the average man is well known. Quetelet defined the law of averages and described types, especially the average individual. Although it is very important and useful to know about the average man, the term is practically fictitious, since no one even in a large group exactly fits the description. All individuals are either above or below the average. The contributions of Quetelet in the field of social statistics were admirably supplemented by the achievements of Laplace, 1806-1882. This French sociologist and mining engineer applied the methods of physical science to social science. He insisted upon observation of data and the use of induction in making generalizations. His method is illustrated by his studies in family budgets. In order to secure accurate data, he lived with individual families, studying at firsthand the conditions by which they made a livelihood. Laplace opposed laissez-faire theories and urged programs of reform through the journal which he founded, namely, La Réforme Sociale. He rejected socialism and advocated the method of conciliation and sympathy for effecting agreements among employers and employees. Similar methods were evolved by Engels and Butcher, German investigators. Engels' studies of family budgets led him to draw certain average observations. These averages are known as Engels' laws, for example. 1. The smaller the income, the larger the percentage of expenditure for food. 2. The percentage of expenditure for clothing and for lodging or rent varies directly with the income. 3. The larger the income, the larger the percentage of expenditures for sundries, including luxuries. The statistical method has been carried forward by a large number of social investigators. With averages, modes, and medians, it is now possible to make accurate quantitative studies. Current statistical methods include the use of index numbers, frequency tables, discrete series, deviations, skewness, correlations. Statistics has thrown a flood of light upon important phases of societary life, such as the economic, where wage scales and price levels are significant concepts. Statistics has been widely utilized in the study of crime and poverty. The various methods of graphic presentations are valuable in interpreting tables of statistical data to the lay mind. Statistical methods can be used, however, to prove almost anything. The ordinary individual is helpless when statistical methods are treated unscrupulously. On the other hand, it is probably true that social thought will become increasingly accurate by the judicious use of statistical studies. A recent development, closely related to statistical science, is the social survey. Beginning with the Pittsburgh survey in 1907-1908, the social survey method has been widely adopted in the United States. Its use has been applied to inventories of a specific community, such as a rural district or a small number of city blocks. There is the specific survey of a given social problem, such as housing or poverty. Then there is the survey of an entire industry or a school system. The social survey is one of the most important sources today of sound social thinking. By it, large quantities of social facts are being collected. Urban and rural surveys, specific and general surveys alike, are affording the best bases at the present time for inductive social thinking. Some of these results have been indicated in a preceding chapter upon the contributions of applied sociology. The nature of the classificatory method has already been indicated in this treatise. The Greeks classified the various fields of knowledge under three heads: physics, ethics, and politics. Francis Bacon classified knowledge according to his understanding of mental operations. He divided mental processes into three, namely, feeling, memory, reasoning, and made a corresponding division of knowledge into art, history, and science. Auguste Comte classified the social elements into four groups: the industrial, the aesthetic, the scientific, and the philosophical provisional. His hierarchical classification of the sciences into mathematics, astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, and sociology has been discussed in an earlier chapter. Guillaume de Greef may be considered the best exponent of the classificatory method. De Greef accepted Kant's hierarchy of the sciences with its basic principles of decreasing generality and increasing dependence of parts, assented to Spencer's evolutionary dictum of increasing coherence and heterogeneity, and added his own concept of volitional contractualism. De Greef argued that social progress is characterized by an increasing degree of volitional activity and freedom. This volitionalism is the basis of rational social control. The telic factors, however, are not well developed by de Greef. His social thought rests upon a certain logical but inaccurate classification of the social elements. The basis of this classification is increasing volitionalism and particularism. De Greef gives the following classification: economic, industrial, genetic, artistic, scientific, moral, juridical, and political. In holding that the economic elements in society represent the least volitionalism, and the political the most volitional activity, with graded degrees of volitional activities represented by the intermediate factors, the weakness of de Greef's analysis becomes evident. While an improvement over Kant's classification and superior to Spencer's mechanistic order, de Greef's contribution possesses only a relative degree of logical merit. It is far from being objectively correct, and is indicative of the difficulties in the way of classifying social elements in an evolutionary or filial order. There is no doubt but that any classification of merit would have to be arranged according to some correlative plan, which would serve the purposes of an exhibit but would not be of much scientific value. Moreover, the classifications that are most useful are those classifications of societary forces. These are psychical in nature and have been treated in foregoing chapters. De Graeff perceived the importance of the principle of socialization. He emphasized the importance of a we feeling in societary life. His social unit is the primitive family. In the evolution from the primitive family and state, the evidence of progress is the degree of togetherness that has been developed. De Graeff advanced the idea that there is an increasing degree of contractualism and hence of freedom in society. De Graeff's work may be taken as the best attempt to carry Kant's classification of the sciences to a logical conclusion by furnishing a classification of the elements which function in the field of the highest science of all, namely, sociology. At this point, and in concluding, the methodology of Albion W. Small will be considered. Professor Small's other contributions to sociological thought have been indicated at the proper places in earlier chapters. The correct method for pursuing sociological analyses is to treat human society in terms of process. The main current in all sound sociological study is the social process. The significant test of progress in this social process is achievement. According to Professor Small's classification, there are 6 main phases of social progress, namely: 1. Achievement in promoting health. 2. Achievement in harmonizing human relations. 3. Achievement in producing wealth. 4. Achievement in discovery and spread of knowledge. 5. Achievement in the fine arts. 6. Achievement in religion. These grand divisions are the expressions of certain interests that human beings possess. 1. Health interests. 2. Wealth interests. 3. Sociability interests. 4. Knowledge interests. 5. Aesthetic interests. And 6. Rightness interests. As a result of the operation of these interests, social problems are produced. Sociology is the science of human interests and their workings under all conditions. In this classification, human interests serve as the main key forces to an understanding of the social process. Upon psychological examination, however, the interests are found to be bafflingly complex. The psychologist has not given a satisfactory description of interests, and yet it is clear that what people are interested in is a fair criterion of the direction which their evolution will take. Furthermore, the changes in the interests of people are fundamental in telic social progress. With a correlation of interests as a subjective criterion, and of achievement as an objective test, Professor Small has shown the dualistic nature of the social process. Those methodologists who would measure all things human in purely objective terms are scientifically negligent of important human elements. Mind is not simply matter. The social process is not entirely behavior. Professor Small has sharpened 3 important tools for the use of the sociological investigator. These are the social process, personal interests, and the group. His analyses are sound, except as he does not show how interests usually possess social origins. Otherwise, he speaks consistently and helpfully in terms of groups and group processes. With concepts such as have been favorably presented in the foregoing paragraphs and chapters, the sociologist of the future will be able to make contributions to thought that will help to determine educational, religious, economic, political, and other important human aims. Chapter 28. The dissemination of sociological thought. Despite its youth, inchoateness, and naivete, sociological thought is exerting a vital influence in the world. It is giving a new rating to all the established values of life, undermining some, strengthening others, and creating still others. The chief values in sociological thought are that it constitutes the center of all worthwhile thought. It gives balance and proportion to thinking in any field. It defies race prejudice and social intolerance. It smites selfish living. It rivets attention to the essentially human values. It stimulates personal development in harmony with group and societary welfare. At the same time, it postulates group advancement, not upon paternalistic or autocratic grounds, but upon a constructive projection of personalities that harmonizes with unselfish group service. For centuries, genuine social thinking was confined largely to a few of the intellectually elite. These few lived, and did even their social thinking in a more or less isolated way. It was not until the first decades of the last centuries that social thought began to be scientific in character, that is, became sociological. Sociological thinking, however, was isolated and uncorrelated for many years. In the last decade of the 19th century, sociology began to develop a considerable body of thinkers and to create a new morale. There were many disagreements that tended to break the new science asunder. The opening decades, however, of the 20th century witnessed a development of sociological thought that was followed by the establishment of the teaching of sociology as a profession. With the rise of professional sociologists, the dissemination of socialized thought became noteworthy. For a long time, sociology was considered only as a postgraduate study. In the last few years, however, sociology has been making its way downward in college and university curricula until it is being widely taught to college freshmen and sophomores. In this connection, there is a variety of textbooks that have been written to meet the needs of beginning students. There are some teachers who would introduce sociology through anthropological studies, beginning with the origin of man. Others would give a survey or prospectus of social institutions, processes, and problems. Still others would deal only with social problems. Then there are those persons who would build a textbook around a central theme, tracing it through social relationships. For advanced work in sociological thought, there is a variety of treatises dealing with systems at once profound, complex, and fundamental. For high schools, the technique of sociological teaching is in the beginning stages. The importance in high schools of social science teaching is generally recognized, but there has been great difficulty in effecting an agreement among the various social science branches. Some high school teachers prefer a social problems course, although the demand is growing for a social science course, extending throughout the year, dividing the time more or less evenly between economics, sociology, and civics. There are other high school teachers who contend that sociology can be taught best in a general, citizenship course. One of the specific difficulties is that the high school curriculum is full, and that the representatives of none of the established courses are willing to see the subjects in which they are interested crowded out. Another difficulty is the power which the self-culture and self-development concepts possess. The equal importance of the social culture and social development concepts is being recognized, but with amazing slowness. In the grades, the teaching of sociology is gaining ground, in the sense that there is an advanced group of mathematical studies for university men and women and an elemental mathematics for the grades, so there is advanced sociology and also an elemental sociology centering around the activities of the primary groups, such as the family, play, neighborhood, and school groups. A child who is old enough to learn to obey is old enough to begin elemental sociology. In fact, when he learns to obey, he is already beginning to experience the meaning of a social, if not a sociological concept. Simple social studies are being prepared for the grades, even beginning with the first grade. The dissemination of sociological thought is a practical question to which in the last score of years special attention has been given. The universities and colleges began to establish chairs of sociology in the closing decade of the last century. The movement has acquired a remarkable momentum in the United States. Normal schools and high schools have adopted the movement. Many churches are promulgating a socialized gospel. Literature is gradually assuming an appreciation of the sociological viewpoint. From the social proverbs of primitive man to a treatise such as Ross, Principles of Sociology, with its admirable analysis of significant societal processes, such as equalization, domination, individuation, socialization. This is the main span of social thought. Social thought began in the simplest form of observations about social relationships between individual and individual, between chieftain and tribal member, between master and servant. It experienced various stages of denunciation of social wrongs. It produced perspectives of perfect societies. It moved profoundly forward in the form of social philosophies. Now it is proceeding either as the investigator of new social facts or the psychological interpreter of these facts in terms of social processes. It is assuming a scientific procedure, although a portion of the results of its undertakings finds expression in social philosophy. It is beginning to formulate sociological laws. It is inaugurating a technique for preventing the maladjustments that produce social evils. It is establishing a teaching technique. Although the masses of the human race are beginning to feel blindly the meaning of social values, they have not yet been able to make their highest social aspirations rationally articulate. Until that time comes, democracy will remain an experiment, and world progress a toy of autocratic forces. A history of social thought is essentially a review of an irregular but positive acceptance of social values. Individual after individual, leader after leader, profession after profession, group after group, have felt and accepted the challenge of the sociological viewpoint. They have changed from living selfishly to living socially. They have even given up the ideal of service for self-advancement, setting up in its place the ideal of service for the welfare of others. In so doing and living, they have found expansion of personality and contributed to the advancement of society. Since the days of Kant in particular, the social sciences have been increasing in variety and scope until they number a score or more. And sociological influence has been widening until the related sciences are inviting sociology, which is the scientific study of group phenomena, to define their objectives for them. In fact, sociological concepts are permeating the farthermost reaches of personal living and societal control. A history of social thought is a history of the socializing of human attitudes and interests, presaging a human society in which personal achievement and group progress are equally and supremely sought. Footnotes. Chapter 2. W.I. Thomas, Sourcebook for Social Origins, University of Chicago Press, 1909, p. 161. Daniel Crawford, Thinking Black, Doran, 1913. E.M. Kerr, The Australian Race, Melbourne, 1883, 1339. A.M. Howitt, The Organization of Australian Tribes, p. 452. Chapter 3. Bulak Papyrus Trans, by Griffith, p. 5340, La Moral Egyptian. The Instruction of Tahotep, Trans, by Gunn, Wisdom of the East Series. Code of Hammurabi, Sect, 196. Ibid, Sect, 198. Ibid, Sect, 229. Shu-King, 27.3. Chapter 4. C.F. Kent, The Social Teachings of the Prophets and Jesus, Scribner, 1917, p. 4. Exodus 3:7-8. Amos 2:6-7-8, 3:10-412-5:7-15, 6:4. Isaiah 1:23. Isaiah 3:14-15. Micah 3:2-3. Jeremiah 22:13-15-17, Modern Reader's Bible. Louis Wally's Sociological Study of the Bible, University of Chicago Press, 1912, ch. Romans 7. Hosea 4:11, 9:11, 16. Exodus 20:12. Proverbs 20:20. Proverbs 12:4. Proverbs 29:15. Isaiah 5:11. Proverbs 21. Proverbs 31:7. Exodus 21:13. I Kings 150, 2:28. Jobs 31. Amos 9:7. Isaiah 9:5, cf. Kent, The Social Teachings of the Prophets and Jesus, p. 112. Chapter 5. Hesiod, Work and Days, trans by A.W. Maines, Oxford, 1908. The Works of Hesiod, Callimachus and Theognis, trans. By Banks, Bones Classical Library, p. 227. Botsford and Sihler, Hellenic Civilization, p. 64. George Rawlinson, translator, History of Herodotus, 4 vols. Plutarch's Pericles, revised by Clough, 1234 ff. Botsford and Sihler, op. cit., p. 340. On Air, Water and Places in the Genuine Works of Hippocrates, trans. By Adams, Volume I. Plato I, 338. See all references to Plato's dialogues in this chapter, or in later chapters, are to Jowett's translation. Adela M. Adam, Plato, Moral and Political Ideals, p. 10. The reader will find in Will Durant's Philosophy and the Social Problem, ch. I, a unique although idiocentric interpretation of Socrates. Laws, 738. The beginning student of Plato's social thought should first read the Republic, especially v. 472, to Roman 7 541b. Republic, 369b. Ibid, 370b. Ibid 373. Laws 803. Statesman 308. Ibid 307. Ibid 297. Republic 398e 412. Laws 731, 732. Republic 412. Statesman 303. Republic 525, cf. Laws 818. Ibid 537, 539, 540. Ibid 413. Ibid 416. Ibid 416, 417. Ibid 457c, 464c. Ibid 414, 415. Ibid 415. Lock sit. Ibid 460c, 461c. Statesman 310. Laws 773. Statesman 310. Republic 422, Laws 744, 745. Republic 421. Ibid 550d, e. Laws 742, 791. Republic 550. Ibid 550c. Ibid 556. Lock sit. Ibid 552d. Ibid 552e. Laws 744, 745. Ibid 729. Lock sit. Republic 377, 401. Laws 772. Statesman 294. Ibid 300. In books Roman 9 Roman 12. Laws 934. Ibid 862 ff. Ibid 936. Ibid 955. Republic 455, 456. Laws 805. Republic 451. Ibid 475, Laws 814. Laws 759. Ibid 929, 930. Republic 457, Laws 795 ff, 813 ff, 830 ff. Ibid 410. Ibid 441. Ibid 498b. Ibid 518. Ibid 536. Ibid 425. Laws 643. Republic 537. Laws 729. Republic 435 ff. Laws 903. Republic 545, 549. Ibid 550, 551. Lock sit. Ibid 555. Ibid 564. Ibid 339. Laws 714. Chapter 6. Ethics Trans by Weldon Roman 2-2. Politics Trans by Jowett, I-2. Lock sit. Ibid Roman 2-3. Ibid Roman 2-5. Lock sit. Ibid Roman 2-7, Roman 7-10. Ibid Roman 2-4. Ibid I-4. Ibid Roman 3-7. Ibid Roman 3-15. Ibid V8 Roman 7-2. Ibid Roman 2-8. Ibid V8. Ibid Roman 4-11. Ibid V7. Ibid Roman 4-11. Ibid Roman 2-6. Lock sit. Ibid Roman 2-9. Ibid Roman 2-12. Ibid V1. Ibid Roman 7-14. Lock sit. Ibid Roman 7-4. Ibid Roman 7-11. Ibid Roman 7-15. Ibid Roman 7-16. Ibid I-12. Ibid Roman 7-16. Ibid Roman 8-2. Ibid Roman 8-3. Ibid Roman 8-4. Ibid Roman 8-5. Chapter 7. Lucretius Derarum Natura, trans, by Muno in Bones Libraries V335 ff. 778 ff. De Officiis Trans, by Edmonds Bones Libraries I Roman 17 Roman 14, De Republica Trans, by Young Bones Libraries I Roman 25 Roman 26, 14. Dialogues Roman 7 9. Thoughts trans by Long Roman 7 31. Ibid Roman 6 7. Ibid Roman 8 59. Ibid Roman 9 23. Ibid Roman 6 42. Ibid Roman 12 36. Seneca Dial Roman 9 4. Ibid Roman 7 20. On Anger. Locke Sit. Epictetus Discourses Book 1 ch. Roman 18. Matthew v 44. Thoughts Roman 7 22. Romans Roman 12 17. Thoughts Roman 7 26. Roman 3 7. Seneca on a Happy Life. Locke Sit. Chapter 8. Luke 17 20 21. Luke 13 34. Matt 12 48. Mark 3 34. Matt 13 31 32. Mark 4 30. Luke 13 18 19. Luke 6 36. Matt 5 23. Matt 18 15. Luke 6 41 42. Matt 5 44 46. Luke 6 20 35. Matt 28 20 24 14. John 12 43. Matt 6 5. Matt 4 8. Luke 9 48. Mark 10 14. Matt 18 1. Matt 25 31 46. Mark 9 41. Matt 10 42. Luke 6 30 3 11. Matt 23 23 33. John 2 13 17. Matt 21 12 13. Mark 11 15 17. Luke 19 45 46. Mark 11 18. Luke 19 47. Matt 15 4 19 19. Mark 10 7 8. Matt 19 5. Mark 9 42. Matt 19 21. John 12 8. Mark 14 7. Matt 26 11. Luke 12 16 21. Luke 13 14. Matt 12 2 10 13. Mark 2 27 3 4. Matt 10 34 39. Luke 12 49 53. John 18 10. Matt 26 50 56. Matt 5 39. Luke 2 13 14. Acts 15 9 10 28. Galatians 3 28. Romans 8 16 32. I Corinthians ch. 13. Galatians 5 13. Romans 12 10. Galatians 6 2 6 10. Acts 20 35. Romans 8 35 39. 12 17. Ephesians 1 21 2 4 3 17 18. Romans 12 4 8. Cf. I Corinthians 12 12. Romans 14 7. Ephesians 5 22 23. Colossians 3 18 19. I Corinthians 11 9 19. I Corinthians 11 9. I Timothy 6 7 10. 17 18. James 1 26 27. Revelation ch. 21. Chapter 9. B text passus Roman 8. The manuscripts of Piers Plowman number over 40 and fall into 3 sets, a B and C. Chapter 10. The Utopia of Sir Thomas More, Bell and Sons, London, edited by George Simpson in Bohn's Classical Libraries, 1910, p. 75. Ibid, p. 104. Ibid, p. 111. Ibid, p. 153. Ibid's pp. 8493. Ibid's pp. 135 84. Ibid, p. 93. Ibid, p. 97. Ibid, p. 92. Ibid, p. 88. Ibid, p. 90. Ibid, p. 96. Ibid, p. 110, cf. Bacon, The New Atlantis and Ideal Commonwealths, Collier, 1901, p. 125. Ibid, p. 131. Ibid, p. 93. Ibid, p. 115. Ibid, p. 117, cf. Campanella, The City of the Sun, in Ideal Commonwealths, Collier, 1901, p. 157. Ibid, p. 174. Ibid, p. 95. Ibid, p. 101. Ibid, p. 175. Ibid, p. 174. Ibid, pp. 153 ff. Ibid, p. 154. Ibid, p. 103. Ibid's pp. 140, 141. Ibid, p. 67. Bacon, The New Atlantis in Ideal Commonwealths, Collier, 1901, pp. 135 ff. Bellamy, Looking Backward, Grosset and Dunlap, 1898, p. 57. Ibid, p. 88. Ibid, p. 89. Ibid, p. 67. Ibid, p. 192. Ibid, pp. 220 ff. Ibid, pp. 287 ff. H.G. Wells' Anticipations, Mankind in the Making, and a Modern Utopia. See A Modern Utopia, Scribner, 1905, pp. 511. Chapter 11. Machiavelli, The Prince, Routledge, London, N.D., p. 53. Ibid, pp. 104-105. Ibid, p. 71. Ibid, p. 77. Hobbes, Leviathan, Putnam, 1904, ch. Roman 13. Locke, Two Treatises on Government, Routledge, N.D., p. 18. Ibid, p. 193. Ibid, p. 199. Ibid, p. 315. Rousseau, Contrat Social, Garnier, Paris, p. 240. Ibid, p. 246. Ibid, p. 249. John Winthrop in Selections from Early American Writers, 1607-1800, edit. By W. B. Cairns, Macmillan, 1910, p. 52. A Treatise of Human Nature, edit. By Selbybig, Oxford, 1896, Roman 2, 777, 114, 140, 150. Ibid, p. 534. Ibid, p. 546. Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations, Putnam, 1904, Roman 2, 114. Ibid, Roman 2, 83. Ibid, Roman 2, 143. Ibid, Roman 2, 203. Ibid, I 80. Ibid, I 81. Ibid, Roman 2, 203-207. Ibid, I 11. Kant, Theory of Ethics, trans by Abbott, p. 9. Hegel, Philosophy of Right, trans, by Dyed, Part 3, p. 150. W. G. Sumner, What Social Classes Owe to Each Other, Harper, 1920, p. 12. Ibid, p. 25. Publications of the American Sociological Society, Volume Roman 15. Chapter 12. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Putnam, 1901, I 81. Ibid, p. 147. An Essay on the Principle of Population, 8th edit, Reeves and Turner, 1878, p. 1, cf. W.S. Thompson, Population. A Study in Malthunism, Columbia University, 1915, ch. I. Ibid, p. 2. Ibid, p. 8. Ibid, p. 9. Ibid, p. 13. Ibid, p. 371. Ibid, p. 402. Ibid, p. 416. Ibid, p. 437. Ibid, p. 481. T. N. Carver, Essays in Social Justice, Harvard University Press, 1915, ch. Roman 14. Cf. W.S. Thompson, Population. A Study in Malthusianism, Columbia University Studies, 1915. Chapter 13. Auguste Comte, Positive Philosophy, trans, by Martineau, Volume I, pp. X. Xi. Ibid, p. Xi. Ibid, p. Roman 15. Ibid, Volume Roman 3, p. 13. Ibid, Volume I, p. 26. Ibid, p. 27. Ibid, p. 34. Ibid, p. 35. Ibid, p. 36. Ibid, p. 41. Ibid, pp. 27 ff. Ibid, p. 149. Ibid, p. 153, 154. Ibid, Volume Roman 2, p. 30. Ibid, p. 219. Ibid, p. 175. Ibid, p. 176. Ibid, p. 180. Ibid, p. 193. Ibid, p. 234. Ibid, p. 292. Ibid, p. 287. Ibid, p. 286. Ibid, p. 300. Ibid, Volume Roman 3, p. 320. Kant, Positive Polity, London, 1871, I 1. Chapter 14. Proudhon, What is Property? 20th Century Press, 1908. Rodbertus, Overproduction and Crises, Scribner, 1906. Lassalle, Science and the Working Man, Care, 1903. Marx and Engels, Manifesto of the Communist Party, Care, 1902. Marx, Capital, Trans. By Moore and Aveling, Care, 1909, I, 673 ff. 834 ff. Kropotkin, Mutual Aid. A Factor of Evolution, Doubleday, page, 1902. Henry George, Progress and Poverty, Doubleday, page 1916, p. 9. Ibid, pp. 286-287. Ibid, p. 342. Ibid, p. 339. Chapter 15. Jean Bodin, The Six Books of a Commonwealth, trans. By R. Knowles, London. H.T. Buckle, History of Civilization in England, Appleton, 1874, 2 vols. I. 14. Ibid, p. 29. Ibid, p. 31. Ibid, p. 32. Ibid, p. 33. Ibid, p. 36. Ibid, pp. 44 ff. Ibid, p. 52. Ibid, p. 85. Ibid, p. 95. Ibid, p. 96. Ibid, p. 99. Ellen Semple, Influences of Geographic Environment, Holt, 1911, p. 635. C. Ellsworth Huntington, Civilization and Climate, Yale University Press, 1915. W. Z. Ripley, Races in Europe, Appleton, 1899, p. 571. Chapter 16. Charles Darwin, The Descent of Man, Appleton, 1904, pp. 229 ff. Herbert Spencer, First Principles, Appleton, 1900, section 3-145. Spencer, Principles of Sociology, Appleton, 1914, I 596, 597. Ibid, p. 84. Ibid, Part 2 ch, Roman 2. Ibid, pp. 457 ff. Ibid, Part 2 ch, Roman 6, Roman 9. Ibid, p. 592. John Fiske, Destiny of Man, Houghton Mifflin, 1904, p. 12. John Fiske, Outlines of Cosmic Philosophy, Houghton Mifflin, 1874, Part 2, pp. 340 ff. Ibid, pp. 360 ff. Ibid, pp. 303 ff. Paul von Lilienfeld, Gedenken über die Sozialwissenschaft der Zukunft, Roman 2, pp. Roman 8 ff. Lilienfeld, Pathology Social, 1904. J.S. Mackenzie, Outlines of Social Philosophy, Macmillan, 1918, p. 14. Ibid, p. 65. Ibid, p. 243 ff. Chapter 17. Lester F. Ward, Dynamic Sociology, Appleton, 1911, Volume I, pp. Roman 25 ff. Ibid, p. 22. Ibid, pp. 22-23. Ibid, pp. 56-57. Ibid, p. 60. Ward, Pure Sociology, Macmillan, 1914, p. 4. Lester F. Ward, Applied Sociology, Ginn, 1906, pp. 5 ff. Dynamic Sociology, Volume I, p. 72. Ibid, p. 143. Ibid, p. 320. Ibid, pp. 408-409. Ibid, p. 464. Ibid, p. 452. Ibid, p. 467. Ibid, p. 474. Ibid, p. 486. Ibid, p. 497. Ibid, p. 516. Ibid, pp. 518 ff. Ibid, p. 520. Ibid, Volume Roman 2, p. 341. Ibid, Volume I, p. 520. Ibid, p. 522. Ibid, p. 541. Ibid, p. 583. Ibid, p. 579. Ibid, p. 594. Ibid, pp. 606 ff. Ibid, p. 615. Pure Sociology, p. 403. Dynamic Sociology, Volume I, p. 641. Pure Sociology, ch. Roman 15. Ibid. p. 420. Lester F. Ward, Psychic Factors of Civilization, Ginn 1906 ch. Roman 34. Dynamic Sociology, Volume I, pp. 669-670. Ibid. pp. 473-474. Pure Sociology, p. 438. Ibid. pp. 457 ff. Ibid. p. 469. Ibid. pp. 231 ff. Ibid. p. 237. Ibid. pp. 79 ff. Lester F. Ward, Eugenics, Euthenics, and Eudemics, Amer Jour. Of Sociology, 18, 737-54. Chapter 18. H. F. Osborne, Men of the Old Stone Age, Scribner, 1918 ch. 1. W. G. Sumner Folkways, Ginn, 1907, p. 43. Ibid. p. 13. Ibid. p. 266. Ibid. pp. 343-362. Ibid. p. 378. W. I. Thomas, Sex and Society, p. 51. Ibid. p. 182. Ibid. p. 41. Ibid. p. 40. Ibid. p. 41. Ibid. p. 54. Ibid. p. 61. Ibid. p. 65. Ibid. ch. Roman 2. Ibid. p. 76. Ibid. p. 201. Ibid. p. 418, cf. W. I. Thomas, Sex and Society, University of Chicago Press, 1907, pp. 201-220. Ibid. p. 629. A. G. Keller, Societal Evolution, Macmillan, 1915. Edward Westermark, The Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas, Macmillan, 1906, I. 159. Ibid. Ibid. p. 160. Ibid. Volume Roman 2, p. 740. Ibid. Roman 2, 745. L.T. Hobhouse, Morals and Evolution, Holt, 1919, p. 1. Ibid. p. 2. Ibid. Ibid. p. 43, cf. Hobhouse, Social Evolution and Political Theory, Lemke, 1911, pp. 128 ff. Ibid. p. 60. Ibid. p. 64. Social Evolution and Political Theory, p. 148. Morals and Evolution, pp. 130-71. William Wundt, Elements of Folk Psychology, trans. By Schaub Macmillan, 1916, p. 1. Ibid. p. 478. Ibid. p. 514. Ibid. p. 515. Ibid. p. 516. France Boas, The Mind of Primitive Man, Macmillan, 1911, p. 102. Hobhouse, Social Evolution and Political Theory, p. 39. W. I. Thomas, Sourcebook for Social Origins, University of Chicago Press, 1909, p. 18. Ibid. p. 20. Ibid. p. 14. Thomas, Sex and Society, p. 51. Thomas and Xenanarchy, The Polish Peasant in Europe and America, University of Chicago Press, 1918, I. 22. Chapter 19. Francis Galton, Hereditary Genius, Macmillan, 1914. Inquiries into the Human Faculty, Dutton, 1908. CCW. Saliby, The Progress of Eugenics, Funk and Wagnalls, 1914, pp. 1 ff. Carl Pearson, The Grammar of Science, Black, 1911, p. 1. Ibid. p. 6. C. Saliby, The Progress of Eugenics, ch. Roman 2. CCB. Davenport, Heredity in Relation to Eugenics, Holt, 1911. C. Popenoe and Johnson, Applied Eugenics, Macmillan, 1918. Ibid. p. 213. Ibid. pp. 218-231. Ibid. ch. Roman 16. Ibid. p. 381. Ibid. p. 380. Saliby, The Progress of Eugenics, p. 65. Popenoe and Johnson, Op. Cit., p. 387. Hobhouse, Social Evolution and Political Theory, Lemke, 1911, p. 45. Popenoe and Johnson, Op. Cit., p. 292. Chapter 20. Ludwig Gumplovich, Der Rassenkampf, Innsbruck, 1883, p. 64. Gumplovich, Grundriss der Soziologie, tr. By Moore, 1885, p. 134. Gumplovich, Sociologie und Politik, p. 94. Friedrich Nietzsche, Genealogy of Morals, New York, 1897, p. 46. Nietzsche, The Will to Power, 1889, pp. 90, 269, 660 ff. S. N. Patton, A Theory of Social Forces, 1896, ch. Roman 4. T. N. Carver, Essays in Social Justice, Harvard University Press, 1915, pp. 30-34. Ibid, p. 46. Ibid, pp. 49-50. Ibid, p. 56. Ibid, p. 77. Op. Cit. T. N. Carver, Principles of Political Economy, Ginn, 1919, pp. 37 ff. Also see Essays in Social Justice, p. 86. Essays in Social Justice, p. 86. Ibid, p. 108. Principles of Political Economy, p. 43. J. Novikov, War and Its Alleged Benefits, Trans by Seltzer Holt, 1911. E. A. Ross, Principles of Sociology, Century, 1920, p. 167. Ibid, p. 183. Ibid, pp. 207-206. Chapter 21. Cf. S.H. Swinney, Giambattista Vico, Sociological Review, Jan. 1914, pp. 50-57. Peter Kropotkin, Mutual Aid, A Factor in Evolution, Doubleday, page 1902, p. 3. Ibid, p. Roman 7, cf. Kropotkin, Fields, Factories and Workshops, Putnam, 1901, ch. 1. The State, Its Historic Role, London, 1898, reproduced in Man or the State by W. R. Brown, Hubsch, 1919, p. 21. Gustav Ratzenhofer, Die Soziologische Erkenntnis, Leipzig, 1898, sect. 22, C.A.W. Small, General Sociology, University of Chicago Press, 1905, ch. Roman 13. Sociology, Leipzig, 1907, pp. 13-17. Die Soziologische Erkenntnis, p. 233. Albion W. Small, General Sociology, Ibid, p. 196. Ibid, pp. 433 ff. Ibid, pp. 201 ff. Ibid, p. 217. Ibid, p. 325. Ibid's pp. 389-390. Between Eras, From Capitalism to Democracy, Intercollegiate Press, 1913, ch. Roman 23. E. A. Ross, Principles of Sociology, Century, 1920, p. 121. Ibid, p. 135. The Function of Socialization in Social Evolution, Univ. Of Chicago Press, 1916. Ross Op. Cit. pp. 257 ff. Ibid, p. 395. Ibid, p. 405. L.T. Hobhouse, Social Evolution and Political Theory, Lemke, 1911, p. 127. C.H. Cooley, Social Process, Scribner's, 1918, p. 38. Chapter 22. David Hume, A Treatise of Human Nature, edit. By Selbybig, Oxford, 1896, p. 363. Ibid, p. 362. Ibid, pp. 499-500. Ibid, p. 521. Ibid, pp. 575 ff. Ibid, p. 535. Gabriel Tard, The Laws of Imitation, tr. By Parsons, Holt, 1903, p. Roman 17. Ibid, p. 59. Ibid, p. 146. Ibid, p. 74. Ibid, p. 78. Ibid, p. 87. Ibid, p. 114. Ibid, p. 39. Ibid, p. 141 ff. Ibid, p. 213, cf. Tard, Social Laws, Trans. By Warren Macmillan, 1907, p. 65. The Laws of Imitation, p. 225. Ibid, p. 111. Ibid, p. 14. Ibid, p. 288. Ibid, pp. 341 ff. Ibid, p. 369. Ibid, p. 30. Social Laws, p. 132. Laws of imitation, p. 169. Social laws, p. 195. Ibid, p. 204. Ibid, p. 171, cf. Tard La Logique Sociale, Paris, 1898 ch. Roman 4. Laws of imitation, p. 87. Ibid, p. 138. Ibid, p. 344. Ibid, p. 387. E. A. Ross, Social Psychology, Macmillan, 1908, p. Roman 8. M. M. Davis, Jr., Psychological Interpretations of Society, Longmans, Green, 1909. Tard, L. Opinion et la Foule, Paris, 1901 pp. 177 ff. Cf. Sciel Psychologique des Sexes, Paris, 1898 pp. 45 ff. F. H. Giddings, Principles of Sociology, Macmillan, 1896 p. 17. Ibid, pp. 71, 126 ff. Ibid, pp. 101 ff. Cf. Giddings, Descriptive and Historical Sociology, Macmillan, 1911 ch. Roman 3. Principles of Sociology, p. 109, Descriptive and Historical Sociology, pp. 157 ff. Principles of Sociology, p. 138. Ibid, pp. 141 ff. Ibid, pp. 147 ff. Descriptive and Historical Sociology, p. 541. Cf. Giddings, Inductive Sociology, Macmillan, 1914, Part 3. American Journal of Sociology, Volume Roman 25, p. 387. Ibid, p. 388. J. M. Baldwin, Social and Ethical Interpretations, Macmillan, 1906, p. 15. Ibid, p. 18. Ibid, pp. 529 ff. Chapter 23. C. H. Cooley, Social Organization, Scribner, 1909, p. 5. C. H. Cooley, Human Nature and the Social Order, Scribner, 1902, p. 3. Ibid, p. 5. Ibid, pp. 152 ff. Social Organization, Ibid, p. 11. Ibid, p. 12. Ibid, p. 26. Ibid, p. 28. Ibid, p. 37. Ibid, p. 61. Ibid, p. 63. Ibid, p. 80. Ibid, p. 103. Ibid, p. 121. Cooley, Social Process, Scribner, 1918 pp. 68 ff. Social Organization, Ibid, CHS Roman 18, Roman 25, Roman 27. Ibid, p. 320, cf. Social Process, 297 ff. Introduction to Social Psychology, Luce, 1914 pp. 23 ff. Ibid, pp. 268, 322, 279. E. A. Ross, Principles of Sociology, Century, 1920, CHS, Roman 34, Roman 35. Cf. Ross, Social Control, Macmillan, 1910, CHS, Roman 7, 8. Social Control, Ibid, pp. 49 ff. Ibid, CHS, XFF. Ibid, pp. 257 ff. Ibid, pp. 411 ff. Ibid, ch. Roman 31. Ross, Social Psychology, Macmillan, 1908 ch. Roman 2. Ibid, p. 70. Cf. McDougall, Introduction to Social Psychology, Ibid, ch. Roman 4. Ross, Social Psychology, ch. Roman 18. See Chapter 18 of this book. Ross, Principles of Sociology, ch. Roman 42. Ibid, ch. Roman 36. Ibid, ch. Roman 38. Ibid, pp. 549 ff. Ibid, p. 564. Ibid, p. 590. Ibid, p. 626. Ibid, p. 632. Ibid, p. 652. Ibid, p. 653. Ibid, p. 693. Graham Wallace, The Great Society, Macmillan, 1914, p. 11. Ibid, p. 276. Ibid, p. 319. Ibid, p. 368. C. A. Elwood, Sociology and its Psychological Aspects, Appleton, 1912, ch. Roman 9. Ibid, p. 100. Ibid, p. 117. G.H. Mead, Social Consciousness and the Consciousness of Meaning, Psychological Bulletin, Roman 7, 405. Elwood, Sociology and its Psychological Aspects, p. 153, cf. Introduction to Social Psychology, p. 149. Elwood, Sociology and its Psychological Aspects, p. 138. Elwood, Introduction to Social Psychology, p. 149. Ibid, p. 147. Ibid, p. 151. Ibid, p. 170. Elwood, The Social Problem, Macmillan, 1919, p. 2. Ibid, p. 4. E.C. Hayes, Introduction to the Study of Sociology, Appleton, 1915, p. 586. Ibid, pp. 586 ff. Ibid, pp. 664 ff. Ibid, p. 669. T. Veblen, The Theory of the Leisure Class, Macmillan, 1912, p. 31. Ibid, p. 169. Ibid, p. 68. Ibid, p. 38. Veblen, The Instinct of Workmanship, Macmillan, 1914, p. 349. The Theory of the Leisure Class, p. 15. Ibid, p. 17. Publications of the American Sociological Society, Volume Roman 12, p. 2. Ibid, p. 27. Ibid, p. 59. Ibid, p. 68. Ibid, p. 3. Ibid, p. 6. Ibid, p. 10. Chapter 24. For example, C.C. R. Henderson, Modern Methods of Charity, Macmillan, 1904. C. Webb, The Prevention of Destitution, Longmans, Green, 1912. C. Devine, Misery and Its Causes, Macmillan, 1913. Also Devine, The Principles of Relief, Macmillan, 1904. Also see Amos G. Warner, American Charities, Crowell, 1919, 3rd. Edit. Henry George, Progress and Poverty, Doubleday, page 1916. Lombroso, Crime, Its Causes and Remedies, Little Brown, 1911. Wines and Lane, Punishment and Reformation, Crowell, 1919, ch. X. T. M. Osborne, Society and Prisons, Yale University Press, 1916. Burley and Bierstadt, Punishment, Holt, 1916. C. G. B. Mangold, Problems of Child Welfare, Macmillan, 1914. A. W. Small, Between Eras, From Capitalism to Democracy, Intercollegiate Press, 1913. C. W. H. Beveridge, Unemployment, Longmans, Green, 1912. George Eliot Howard, A History of Matrimonial Institutions, University of Chicago Press, 1904. Edward Westermark, History of Human Marriage, Macmillan, 1902. A. W. Calhoun, A Social History of the American Family, Clark, 1917-1919. Helen Bosanquet, The Family, Macmillan, 1915. Willistine Goodsell, A History of the Family as a Social and Educational Institution, Macmillan, 1915. Booker T. Washington, Up from Slavery, Doubleday, page 1901. W. E. B. Dubois Darkwater, Harcourt, Brace and Howe, 1920. Peter Roberts, The Problem of Americanization, Macmillan, 1920. J. K. Hart, Community Organization, Macmillan, 1920. M. C. Elmer, Technique of Social Surveys, World Co., Lawrence, Kansas, 1917. Chapter 25. Democracy and Education, Macmillan, 1916, p. 6. Ibid, p. 16. Ibid, p. 19. Ibid, pp. 26-27. Ibid, p. 41. Cf. Ibid, p. 416. CMV, She, Social Development and Education, Houghton Mifflin, 1909. David Snedden, Sociological Determination of Objectives in Education, Lippincott, 1921. W.R. Smith, Educational Sociology, Macmillan, 1917. Irving King, Social Aspects of Education, Macmillan, 1912. Also King, Education for Social Efficiency, Appleton, 1913. Fr. Clow, Principles of Sociology with Educational Applications, Macmillan, 1920. G.H. Betts, Social Principles of Education, Scribner, 1913. St. Dutton, Social Phases of Education, Macmillan, 1907. Smith, Educational Sociology, p. 669. Sneddon, American Journal of Sociology, 25, 132 ff. See also, Sneddon, Sociological Determination of Objectives in Education, Lippincott, 1921, p. 15. Sneddon, Sociological Determination of Objectives in Education, p. 94. Ibid, pp. 97, 107. Ibid, pp. 109, 267. Ibid, p. 228. Chapter 26. Gladden, Social Facts and Forces, Putnam, 1897, p. 37. Ibid, p. 152. Ibid, p. 81. Ibid. Gladden, Social Salvation, Houghton Mifflin, 1902, p. 14. Ibid, p. 7. Ibid, p. 136, cf. Rauschenbusch, A Theology for the Social Gospel, Macmillan, 1918, pp. 891. Strong, The New Era, Baker and Taylor, 1893, p. 121. Ibid, p. 124. Ely, Social Aspects of Christianity, Crowell, 1889, p. 17. Ibid, p. 65. Ibid, p. 73. C. Peabody, Jesus Christ and the Social Question, Macmillan, 1900. C. Matthews, The Social Teachings of Jesus, Macmillan, 1897. The Church and the Changing Order, Macmillan, 1907. The Gospel and the Modern Man, Macmillan, 1910. C. Rauschenbusch, Christianity and the Social Crisis, Macmillan, 1913. Christianizing the Social Order, Macmillan, 1912. A Theology for the Social Gospel, Macmillan, 1918. C. Batten, The Social Task of Christianity, Revel, 1911. C. Ward, The New Social Order, Macmillan, 1919. C. H. A. Atkinson, The Church and the People's Play, Pilgrim Press, 1915. C. John Ryan, Distributive Justice, Macmillan, 1910, and Social Reconstruction, Macmillan, 1920. C. Charles Stelzel, The Working Man and Social Problems, Revel, 1903. C. Religion in Social Action, Dodd, Mead, 1913. Christianity and the Social Crisis, Supra, p. Roman 13. Ibid, p. 145. Ibid, p. 147. Ibid, p. 149. Ibid, pp. 201 ff. Ibid, p. 33. Ibid, p. 91. Ibid, p. 74. Ibid, p. 342. Ibid, p. 386. Christianizing the Social Order, p. 1. Ibid, p. 2. Ibid, p. 125. Ibid, p. 320. Ibid, pp. 113, 114. Ibid, pp. 121, 122. A Theology for a Social Gospel, pp. 4, 548. Ibid, p. 182. Social Reconstruction, Natla Catholic War Council, Washington, 1919, p. 22. Locke, Sit. Ibid, p. 24. Ward, The New Social Order, p. 74. Ibid, p. 112. Ibid, p. 114. Ibid, p. 121. Ibid, p. 125. Locke, Sit. Ibid. Ibid, p. 143. Ibid, p. 159. Ibid, p. 287. Ibid, p. 363. Ibid, p. 21. Ibid, p. 25. Co. Psychology of Religion, University of Chicago Press, 1916, p. Roman 14. Co. A Social Theory of Religious Education, Scribner, 1917, pp. 59-58. Chapter 27. De Greef, Introduction à la Sociologie, Paris, 1911 t. I. pp. 189-202. General Sociology, pp. 718 ff. Ibid, p. 442. Chapter 28. Blackmer and Gillen's Outlines of Sociology is one of the best textbooks in sociology. Index. Abstract Thinking 14. Achievement 299. Acquisitiveness 286. Adaptation 377. Adams, Jane, 424-429. Aeschylus, 76. African Social Proverbs, 23 ff. Aggregation, 383. Alcoholism, 333. Amarote, Island of, 160. American Sociological Society, 419. Americanization, 438. Amos, 59, 68, 71, 72. Amusements, 439. Anarchism, 240. Anthropology, 301. Anticipation, Principle of, 404. Aquinas Thomas, 150. Applied Sociology, 423 ff. Arabian Social Proverbs, 31. Aristophanes, 78. Aristotle and Social Thought, 74, 101 ff. 203, 476. Association, Laws of 219, 338, 383. Associations, Productive, 233. Assyrian Social Thought, 42 ff. Astronomy, 218. Augustine, Saint, 146. Aurelius Marcus, 116. Australian Social Proverbs, 27. Babeuf, 229. Babylonian Social Thought, 29 ff. Bacon, Francis, 167, 174, 175 ff. Bagehot, 380. Bakunin, 239. Balance, Principle of, 405. Baldwin, J. M., 386. Beccaria, 427. Behavior, Pluralistic, 386. Bellamy, Edward, 169. Bentham, 194. Berkeley, George, 368. Biology, 219. Birth Control, 207. Birth Rate, 250, 330. Blackmer and Gillen, 503. Blackstone, 91. Blanc, 228. Boas, France, 321. Bodden, 246, 368. Bolshevism, 238, 403, 434, 469. Bosanquet, 436. Brenton, D. G., 353. British Labour Party, 469. Brockway, 428. Brotherhood of Man, 122. Butcher, 482. Buckle, 246 ff. Buddhism, 42. Bulgarian Social Proverbs, 30. Burgess, E. W., 363. Burke, Edmund, 191. Business Theory of, 169. 100. Caesar, Julius, 115. Calculus, 217. Calhoun, A. W., 436. Calicles, 78. Cameralism, 188 ff. Campanella, 168. Canons, Social, 415 ff. Capital Punishment, 94. Capitalism, 236, 433, 435, 451, 457, 451. Carlyle, 425. Carver, T. N., 207, 345. Caucasian, 235. Catholic War Council, 462. Censorship, 93. Chapin, F.S., 419. Chemistry, 218. Chinese Social Thought, 45 ff. Chinese Social Proverbs, 49 ff. Chivalry, 149. Christianity, Social, 121 ff. 232, 423, 441. Church Fathers, the 146. Cicero, 114, 115. Singhalese Social Proverbs, 32. Cities of Refuge, 69. Citizenship, 447, 491. City Planning, 160. Civilization, 248, 287, 310, 385. Classes, 287, 311, 370, 381, 405, 457. Class Conflict, 251, 457. Classification of the Sciences, 216. Cleisthenes, 76. Climate, 248. Code of Hammurabi, 40. Co-GA, 472. Colbert, 187. Commercialization, 401. Commercialized religion, 129. Communication, 391, 409. Communism, 103, 111. Communist Manifesto, 234. Kant, August, 209 ff. 282, 485. Concrete Thinking, 14. Conation, 297. Conflict of Races, 305. Conflict Theories, 338 ff. 383. Confucius, 45 ff. Conjugal Love, 290. Consanguineal Love, 291. Consciousness, 390. Consciousness of Kind, 365, 381. Control, Concept of 323. Cooley, C.H. 324, 365, 389 ff. 445, 446. Cooperation, 170, 259 ff. 354. Crawford, Daniel, 25. Crime, 414, 425. Crises, 323, 342. Crusades, the 148. Custom Imitation, 376. Customs, Control of 2294. 500. Danish Social Proverbs, 30-31. Darwin, 258, 315. Davenport, C.B., 326. Deception, 286. Definition of Social Thought, 13. Degrief, 484. Delinquency, 26, 430. Deluge, Account of 42. Democracy, 69, 70, 99, 198, 375, 420, 467. Democratization of Social Thought, 11. Desire, 284. Determinism, 346. Deuteronomic Code, 64-65. Divine, E.T., 425. Dewey, John, 444-446. Dickens, 424. Discussion, 400. Dubois, W. E. B., 438. Duprat, G. L., 381. A. Earliest Social Thought, 20 ff. Early Christian Social Thought, 121 ff. Education, 73-93 ff. 110, 163, 224, 299, 393, 415, 421. Educational Sociology, 447, 449. Efficiency, 466. Egyptian Social Thought, 36 ff. Elwood, C.A., 407 ff. Elmira Reformatory, 428. Ely, R.T., 415, 455. Engels, 482. English Social Proverbs, 33 ff. Environment, 336, 444. Epaminondas, 78. Epicurus, 112. Epictetus, 119. Equality, 465. Equality of Races, 303. Ethnocentrism, 307. Ethnology, 303. Aesthetic Forces, 293. Eugenics, 109, 325, 342. Euripides, 77. Evolution, 262, 301. F. Family, the 131, 141, 163, 223, 403, 415, 430. Fashion Imitation, 160, 376. Fear, 310. Federal Council of the Churches, 461. Feminism, 204, 309, 332, 436. Ferguson, 186. Fetishism, 213. Feudalism, 148. Fichte, 193. Filipino Social Proverbs, 27-28. Fisk, John, 215, 268. Folk Psychology, 319. Folk Thinking, 21 ff. Folkways, 306. Food Supply, 201 ff. Fourier, 227. Francis, Saint, 149, 424. Froebel, 443. Functional Analogies, 272. J. Galton, 325. Genealogy, 335. Genius, 298. Geographic Social Thought, 246 ff. George Henry, 61, 241, 425. Giddings, F. H. 381, 411, 446. Gladden, Washington, 451. God, Kingdom of 122 ff. 132, 454. Godwin William, 198. Golden Rule, the 124. Goodsell, W, 436. Government, 103 ff. 283. Gaunt, John, 480. Great Society, the 406. Grecian Social Thought, 74 ff. Gregariousness, 219, 269. Grotius, 354. Group Loyalty of Hebrews, 58. Groups, 381. Guardians, Plato's 83, 86 ff. Guild Socialism, 403. Gumplovich, 339. A. Habit, 323. Hammurabi, 40 ff. Harrington, 168. Hayes, E.C., 414. Hebrew Social Thought, 54 ff. Hegel, 193. Henderson, C.R., 423. Heredity, 298, 328, 336. Herodotus, 76. Hesiod, 75. High School Sociology, 49. Hippocrates, 78. History of Social Movement, 13. Hobbes, 177, 368. Hobhouse, 316 ff. 322, 334, 364. Hosea, 65, 71. Housing Problems, 437. Howard, George Eliot, 418, 436. Howard, John, 427. Humanitarianism, 225. Humboldt, 247. Hume, 165, 247, 368. Huntington, E., 255. 1. Ibn Khaldun, 151. Ideals, 313, 344, 420. Illegitimacy, 424. Imitation, Laws of 272, 399, 409. Immigration, 437. Immorality, 66, 314. Individualism, 170, 173 ff. 389, 478. Individualization, 405. Individual responsibility, 448. Industry, 473. Industrial democracy, 362. Industrial thought, 16, 170. Industrial workers of the world, 239. Innovation, 297. Instinct, 396. Insurance, social, 434. Institutions, social, 312, 394, 467. Intellectual forces, 294. Interest, 359, 486. Intemperance, 68. Intermarriage of races, 304. Internationalism, 71, 275, 283, 460. Invention, 373. Iron Law of Wages, 233. Isaiah 60, 68, 72. J. Yahweh 58, 70 ff. James the Apostle, 142. Japanese Social Proverbs, 27. Jeremiah 63. Jesus, 121 ff. 454, 471, 476. Job 71. John the Apostle 143. Justice 58, 73, 99 ff. Juvenile Court 431. Juvenile Delinquency 26. Kant 192. Keller A.G. 315. Kelsey Carl 419. Kent C.F. 72. Kingdom of God 122 ff. 132. Kropotkin 240, 355. 50. Labor Conditions 163, 233, 248, 432. Labor Strikes 57. Laissez Faire Theories 195, 196, 266, 277. Lamarck 257. Land Equalization 102, 147, 242. Langland William 152. Language 391, 409. Lautze 48. Lassell 233. Law 142, 159, 197, 319. Lazarus and Steinthal 371. League of Nations 469. Laban 381. Legal Science 119. Leisure 416. Laplay 481. Lewes George Henry 212. Liebknecht 236. Lilienfeld, Vaughan 270. Lindsay Ben B 429. Locke John 79. Lombroso 427. Love 24, 73, 123 ff. 290, 366. Lucretius 114. Luke Saint 124. Luxury 162. Lycurgus 75. 1000. Machiavelli 173 ff. Mackenzie J. S. 273. Maine Henry 195. Malthus 200 ff. Malthusianism 32 199 ff. 230 243. Man Horace 144. Marcus Aurelius 166. Manu Laws of 42. Marriage Institutions of 65 202 289 330. Plato's Conception of 90. Aristotle's Conception of 109. Jesus' Conception of 131 132. Marx 234 ff. Martineau Harriet 212. Materialism 222. Mathematics 217. Maternal Love 291. McDougall William 395. Mead G. H. 409. Meliorism 293. Mencius 49. Mendelian Laws 327. Mental Defectiveness 430. Mercantilism 187 ff. Metaphysics 215. Methodology 487. Micah 61:72. Middle Classes the 107 465. Militarism 215. Mill James 194. Mill John Stewart 194 212. Miscegenation 334. Monasteries 150. Money Love of 162. Money-making 287. Monotheism 213. Montesquieu 184 247. Moore Thomas 155 ff. 173 367 476. Morris William 168. Moses 55. Moral Restraint 208 430. Morality 293 342. Mores 313. Morley John 212. Motives 307. Mutation 328. N. Natural Selection 259 410. Newton Isaac 368. Nietzsche 193 341. Negro 335 438 472. Navikow, 249. O. Old Testament Social Thought, 55 ff. Oligarchy, 98. Opposition, 373, 377. Orano, p. 381. Organic Analogies, 365 ff. 478. Organization, 363, 386, 406. Osborne, T.M., 429. Owen, Robert, 230, 354. Payne Economy, 344. Payne, T., 187. Parental Negligence, 431. Patton, S.N., 343. Patriotism, Hebrew, 71. Paul Saint, 138 ff. Peace Universal, 72. Penn, William, 428. Penology, 166. Pearson, Carl, 326. Pericles, 77. Personality, 336, 353, 392, 467. Persian Social Thought, 52 ff. Pestalozzi, 442. Petrarch, 173. Pharaoh, 57. Philosophical Thought, 16. Physical Education, 96, 110. Physics, 218. Physiocrats, 181. Pittsburgh Survey, 483. Plato, 74 ff. 203, 367, 476. Pleasure Economy, 344. Pluralistic Behavior, 386. Polybius, 112. Polygamy, 38. Polytheism, 213. Pour Laws, 204. Popenoe, p. 326. Population Theories, 199 ff. 250. Portuguese Social Proverbs, 31. Positivism, 214, 477. Pound Roscoe, 197. Poverty, 59 ff. 91 ff. 107, 108, 133, 155, 190, 423, 425, 442. Practicalism, 12. Prevision, 222. Priestcraft, 288. Primitive People, 20 ff. Prisons, 428. Prophetism, 402, 434. Progress, 281, 299. Proletariat, 237. Property, 102, 132, 229, 232, 234, 285. Proudhon, 229. Proverbs, Book of 169. Proverbs Social, 23 ff. Psychology, 319. Public Health, 109, 160, 438. Public Opinion, 393. Punishment, 94, 166, 429. Pure Sociology, 28. Q. Quetelet, 480. R. Race Equality, 303, 321, 334, 340. Racial Conflicts, 305, 438. Racial Intermarriage, 303. Rationalism, 213. Rauschenbusch, 455 ff. Ratzel, 254. Ratzenhofer, 350, 357. Reform Social, 402. Religion, 97, 353. Religious Education, 164, 472. Religious Thought, 15. Renaissance, 173. Republic Plato's, 74. Reproductive Forces, 289. Revolution Social, 108, 412. Ripley, 255. Rochdale Pioneers, the 355. Rodbertus, 232. Roman Social Thought, 114 ff. Roosevelt, 24. Ross, E.A. 62, 350, 363, 380, 395, 400, 403, 415. Rousseau, 182 ff. Russia, 238. S. Sabotage 239. Saliby C. W. 326, 333. Salvation, Social 73. Schiefel 271 ff. Schmidkunz H. 380. Scholasticism 150 ff. Sciences, Classification of 216. Scientific Management 449. Selection, Natural 259, 328, 411. Self 387, 389. Self-interest 340. Semple EC 78, 254. Seneca 116. Sentiments 397. Service 138. Sex 296, 308, 332, 436. Sex immortality 66. Sex inequality 292. Siel 381. Simulation 404. Sin 130, 140. Single tax 241. Slavery 232, 464. Slums 453. Small a.w. 350, 359, 433, 486. Smith Adam 89, 199, 308, 370. Smith W.R. 447. Snedden D. 448. Sociability 353. Social anthropology 334. Social casework 441. Social centers 160. Social change 409. Social Christianity 121 ff. 232, 454, 472. Social control 104, 398, 414, 419. Social delinquency 26. Social democracy 130, 233. Social dynamics 200, 280, 296. Social evolution 224, 284. Social improvement 222. Social injustice 73, 129. Social institutions 311. Social insurance 334. Social laws 221. Social process 357, 393, 395, 487. Social progress 299. Social proverbs 23 ff, African 24 ff, Arabian 31, Australian 27, Bulgarian 30, Chinese 49, Sinhalese 32, Danish 30, 31, English 33 ff, Filipino 27, 28. Social psychology 324, 380, 397. Social reconstruction 402, 454. Social reform 441, 454. Social responsibility 68. Social revolution 108. Social salvation 73. Social service 138, 463. Social service director 473. Social statics 200, 280. Social technology 423, 425, 440. Social teleses 108, 277, 298, 441. Social thought Japanese 28, Mexican 32, Portuguese 31, Assyrian 42, Babylonian 29 ff, Chinese 45 ff, Christian 121 ff, Confucian 46 ff. Definition of 13, demands upon 17, democratization of 11, earliest 20 ff, early Christian 121 ff, Egyptian 36 ff, eugenic 325 ff, Grecian 74 ff. Hebrew 54 ff. Individualistic 173 ff. Nature of 14, primitive 20 ff. Persian 52 ff. Roman 114 ff. Scope of 18, Stoic 112, 115 ff. Vedic 42. Social values 223. Social variations 223. Socialization 361, 363. Socialism 206, 226 ff. 244, 403. Sociocracy, 299. Sociology, 209, 361. Applied, 423 ff. Educational, 447, 449. Sociological investigation, 475 ff. Socrates, 75, 79 ff. Soil fertility, 248. Solidarity, 468. Solon, 75. Sophists, 75. Sorrel, 239. Sparta, 111. Spencer, Herbert, 195, 214, 258 ff. 339, 371. Spencer and Gillen, 27. Spinoza, 178, 354. Standards, 402. State Doctrine of, 193, 357. Statistics, 482. Stoicism, 112, 115 ff. Strong, Josiah, 451, 454. Suggestion, 399, 409. Sumner, W.G., 196, 306. Superman, 342. Success, 416. Sympathy, 185, 369. Syndicalism, 239. Suffragants, 157. Tainted money, 452. Tard, 350, 372 ff, 400. Teaching sociology, 489 ff. Teleses, social, 108, 277, 298, 441. Theocracy, 70. Theory, need of 12. Thomas W. I., 301, 322. Thrasymachus, 78. Democracy, 98. Traditions, 384. Trotter W., 397. Tuberculosis, 333, 439. Unemployment, 435. Universal peace, 72. Utilitarianism, 192. Utopia Moores, 156 ff. 5. Values, social, 311, 324. Vanity, 310. Veblen, 285, 415 ff. Vedic social thought, 44. Venereal disease, 333. Vice, 369. Vico, 351. Vocational education, 449. Wages fund theory, 232. Wallace Graham, 406. War, 108, 164, 165, 283, 331, 347, 356, 358, 417, 420. Ward H. F., 461, 463 ff, 478. Ward Lester F., 196, 267, 277 ff. 371, 409, 479. Washington B. T., 438. Wealth 91, 133, 142, 161, 250, 416. Webbs the 425. Webster Hutton 419. Weissman 329. Wells H. G. 171. Westermark 316. Western Civilization 411, 436. Wisdom Teachers 67. Woman 309, 432. Work 285. Workmanship 418. World Empire 320. World Peace 72. World War 412. Worms, Renair 273. Want 319. Zephaniah 63. Zoroaster 52.